Jambo, buenas noches, puntas and mentirosas. Good evening, salute, salutations. It's 5:49 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 4th, 2025. Nerd Squad, I don't see a rollover delay like we are accustomed to for many months, suggesting this live stream could actually be ended by Unit 207 and/or they're not going to end it and not going to be able to hide their viewage of this live stream. All right, here we go. Now it's 5:50 p.m. PST, Saturday, January 4th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the end of June. I was just too stupid to realize until the first week of July. All right, now here we go. Everyone, welcome back to my live stream. It's Mystic Gwen here, your favorite Jew. It is January 1st, 2025, and the time is 5:50 p.m. As you can see, we're still going 24/7. I know some of you are new here, and some of you might be wondering why I'm running a live stream, so here's the explanation on that. It is running around the clock, and the full explanation for you is available in a video on this channel titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, Extortionist, et al. It's just under 2 hours long and lays out everything that's been happening. You can also go to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You to read my cease and desist letters and declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024. These documents provide a detailed timeline of events and the legal actions I've taken. I highly recommend you do so as they're very educational. Now, it's crucial to understand this. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally stating the end time and that a new live stream will begin in 90 seconds or less, that I did not end it. The federal felons of the North Everett Precinct who are operating from Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, are responsible. The FBI has indicated since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with them illegally shutting off my live stream. They've done this multiple times in just the last couple of weeks. As a result, the FBI has a new rule. My front door is not to be opened unless I am running a YouTube live stream concurrent with recording on my $1,000 plus cell phone that the FBI had me put on airplane mode back in August. This is because the North Everett Precinct was attempting to destroy evidence on this phone. Furthermore, the FBI has instructed me to place a large stick whittled and painted by my eldest son against the inside of my front door. It's positioned in a way that makes it impossible to open the door without shattering a living room window. The FBI stipulated that this will make any conviction for breaking and entering much easier. And on that note, as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, my previous invitation to one neighbor to open my door whenever has been rescinded. That is no longer in effect. Let's be clear about something else. According to the FBI, there is still not a single court order with my name on it from 2024 and/or as of January 4th, 2025, either Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, that is lawful and not fraudulent. Any attempt to enforce any order with either of those names is illegal. The act of requesting the enforcement is also criminal. As outlined in my December 14th, 2024 declaration, which you can find on my Facebook page, the amount owed to me is substantial. We're talking about over $14 million. This amount is owed by the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other involved parties, as contractually agreed to due to their receipt of my August 14th, 2024 tort claim, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 150 days, and their continuous stalking, hacking, harassment, civil rights, ADA violation, and general crime spree against me. Again, you can read all about this in the declarations on my Facebook. Many of you know I had a podcast where I detailed these events. Unfortunately, due to the actions of the officers in Unit 207, I'm currently blocked from adding new episodes to most platforms. However, the FBI had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast. You can find all episodes, including the latest one from December 29th, 2024, on x.com/mysticgwenpod. That's my podcast only Twitter, not to be confused with my regular Twitter, x.com/realmysticgwen, where you can find posts about the threats from the North Everett precinct. Just to reiterate, I have not opened my front door without running a YouTube live stream since day 3 of being illegally detained by this precinct and their associates. It is now day 150 of my illegal detainment. That means for 147 days, I have not opened my door without a live stream running. This is per the FBI's instructions for my safety and to ensure there is a record of everything that happens. Also, per the FBI's instructions, I will now be playing on this live stream each time individuals are on my private property without immunity, a recording of the script the FBI had me create. As many of you know, on January 2nd, 2025, a female in Unit 207 was overheard discussing that I will be sued soon by someone and or an entity identified by the FBI as federal felons. Let me be absolutely clear here. The FBI has stated since August that anyone who sues me will be ordered to pay me a sizable amount. Further, the FBI has stated the only one who gets to use the word slander, libel, and incendiary is me. So any attempts at legal action against me are not only futile, but will backfire spectacularly. For 17 months straight, every Friday, the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which, by the way, the FBI is considering renaming the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, given their actions, which is hilarious and accurate, along with the Snohomish County prosecutors. They've requested others to perpetrate crimes against me and or threaten me with felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights violations. On Friday, January 3rd, 2025, nothing out of the ordinary happened, making it the 5th Friday where there was a brief reprieve from the escalations, but the crime spree continued. They apparently have plans for the coming week and the week after, including some notion that their long sought after illegal entry, which they've been trying to pull off since early August 2024, is somehow going to happen. Ergo, the FBI had me record my video on YouTube titled 11:57 p.m. I mistyped, guys. I wrote 11:2. It's 1:2 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently on my private property, and have stated for the looming stalking and harassment and ADA and civil rights violators accepting their looming federal charges of witness tampering, obstruction, intentional misconduct, etc., are on record as consenting to their conviction. This recording will be played at the end of this script for all future live streams until they are detained. I also want to address the fact that as of the end of December, the North Everett Precinct and their cohorts have, for the third time since 2022, weaponized the IRS against me. The FBI has verified that this is happening at the behest of the North Everett Precinct each time. Previously, this involved the IRS sending threatening notices about court orders and pretending they didn't have the necessary information to stop harassing and threatening me. I don't have all the details on the current situation, but the FBI has assured me it's a non-issue for me as the IRS is cooperating with them. But it speaks to the totality of their crime spree, as literally there hasn't been a break in them using third and fourth parties to stalk, harass, intimidate, and retaliate against me since September 2023. It is now 2025. To reiterate, on August 7th and August 14th, 2024, the FBI had me date signs that they instructed me to add to my exterior and to address them to the North Everett Precinct, the Owens, and everyone else guilty in this conspiracy. I photographed these signs and filed them in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-500-5934 upon service to the North Everett Precinct and other involved parties via my tort claim. These signs clearly state that knocking is illegal and that there is no immunity for those who do so, and that requests for an appointment can be made via email at therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. The only person who attempted was one woman facing federal imprisonment, whom the FBI said I wasn't authorized to read and or approve. I also want to make it clear that as of today, January 4th, 2025, there have been oral threats made upstairs in Unit 207 for the entire 7 to 10 days ahead, for the entire coming 7 to 10 days, particularly regarding plans to acquire the illegal entry that they have attempted over 36 times since the first week of August 2024, when the FBI had me add those dated signs addressed to the North Everett precinct of stalkers, the extortionist, and even the child abusers moonlighting as child protectors, as can be seen in the filed tort claim of August 14th, 2024, 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first. That's the update for now, everyone. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for the continued support. Remember to check out the video and my Facebook page for the full story. Stay safe, everyone, and I'll see you on the next live stream. And if this stream suddenly ends, you know who is responsible, and that I will be attempting to reinitiate the live stream if possible, assuming I haven't been kidnapped and or illegally arrested and or illegally committed, as has been threatened and premeditated for over a year from the condo above my home of 13 years. Now, remember, everybody, the FBI wants me to play the recording they had me make on January 2nd at 11:57 p.m. PST that's available on YouTube. It's less than 5 minutes long at the end of each spiel for each live stream. So I'm going to play that now. I'm not sure why it's pertinent, but I have to follow the FBI's instructions, as they are the only enforcement agency which is doing an excellent job. Here we go. It's begun, so give it a second. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985. And any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates Are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters? Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors. My multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. The extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated. For over a year. It is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 3rd, 2025. I'm going to end this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.
Okay, so remember everybody, it's actually 6:05 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 4th, 2025. But I've got to play that at the end of each spiel. At the start of every live stream. As of now, the instructions are until they are detained. Which, remember, they had me write in my December 14th declaration they were anticipating for March, but I've gotten my head chewed off more than a few times for my big ass mouth, and for months they stated that you would all be detained before February 1st. Nerd Squad, I will check the audio quality. I do see the selfie that I just took of myself has reflected as being uploaded with this live stream. Interface still reflecting 110 videos because the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters hasn't yet corrected that to reflect as what it should be, 111 published videos. Clicking on the live stream right now. We'll go to the beginning. Let's listen to it all again, guys.
Buenas noches, puntas and mentorosas. Good evening, salute, salutations. It's 5:49 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
That's a lie, guys. It's 6:06 p.m. PST, but we're going to listen to this whole recording.
Saturday, January 4th, 2025.
And Nerd Squad can confirm we have audio, baby. We have audio.
Nerd Squad, I don't see a rollover delay like we are accustomed to for many months, suggesting this live stream could actually be ended by Unit 207 and/or they're not going to end it and not going to be able to hide their viewage of this live stream. All right, here we go. Now it's 5:50 p.m. PST, Saturday, January 4th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the end of June. I was just too stupid to realize until the first week of July. All right, now here we go. Everyone, welcome back to my live stream. It's Mystic Gwen here, your favorite Jew. It is January 1st, 2025, and the time is 5:50 p.m. As you can see, we're still going 24/7. I know some of you are new here, and some of you might be wondering why I'm running a live stream, so here's the...
And most everyone listening is not new here. It is a stalker. Hello, little stalkers. Hello, my children. My little stalking children.
Explanation on that. It is running around the clock, and the full explanation for you is available in a video on this channel titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, Extortionist, et al. It's just under 2 hours long and lays out everything that's been happening. You can also go to facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou to read my cease and desist letters and declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024. These documents provide a detailed timeline of events and illegal actions I've taken. I highly recommend you do so, as they're very educational. Now, it's crucial to understand this. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally stating the end time and that a new live stream will begin in 90 seconds or less, then I did not end it. The federal felons of the North Everett precinct who are operating from Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, are responsible. The FBI has indicated since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with them illegally shutting off my live stream. They've done this multiple times in just the last couple of weeks. As a result, the FBI has a new rule. My front door is not to be opened unless I am running a YouTube live stream concurrent with recording on my $1,000 plus cell phone that the FBI had me put on airplane mode back in August. This is because the North Everett precinct was attempting to destroy evidence on this phone. Furthermore, the FBI has instructed me to place a large stick whittled and painted by my eldest son against the inside of my front door. It's positioned in a way that makes it impossible to open the door without shattering a living room window. The FBI stipulated that this will make any conviction for breaking and entering much easier. And on that note, as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, my previous invitation to one neighbor to open my door whenever has been rescinded. That is no longer in effect. Let's be clear about something else. According to the FBI, there is still not a single court order with my name on it from 2024 indoor as of January 4th, 2025, either Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, that is lawful and not fraudulent. Any attempt to enforce any order with either of those names is illegal. The act of requesting the enforcement is also criminal. As outlined in my December 14th, 2024 declaration, which you can find on my Facebook page, the amount owed to me is substantial. We're talking about over $14 million. This amount is owed by the North Everett precinct, the Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other involved parties as contractually agreed to due to their receipt of my August 14th, 2024 tort claim, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 150 days, and their continuous stalking, hacking, harassment, civil rights, ADA violation, and general crime spree against me. Again, you can read all about this in the declarations on my Facebook. Many of you know I had a podcast where I detailed these events. Unfortunately, due to the actions of the officers in Unit 207, I'm currently blocked from adding new episodes to most platforms. However, the FBI had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast. You can find all episodes, including the latest one from December 29th, 2024, on x.com/mysticgwenpod. That's my podcast-only Twitter, not to be confused with my regular Twitter, x.com/realmysticgwen, where you can find posts about the threats from the North Everett precinct. Just to reiterate, I have not opened my front door without running a YouTube live stream since day 3 of being illegally detained by this precinct and their associates. It is now day 150 of my illegal detainment. That means for 147 days, I have not opened my door without a live stream running. This is per the FBI's instructions for my safety and to ensure there is a record of everything that happens. Also, per the FBI's instructions, I will now be playing on this live stream each time individuals are on my private property without immunity, a recording of the script the FBI had me create. As many of you know, on January 2nd, 2025, a female in Unit 207 was overheard discussing that I will be sued soon by someone and/or an entity identified by the FBI as federal felons. Let me be absolutely clear here. The FBI has stated since August that anyone who sues me will be ordered to pay me a sizable amount. Further, the FBI has stated the only one who gets to use the word slander, libel, and incendiary is me. So any attempts at legal action against me are not only futile, but will backfire spectacularly. For 17 months straight, every Friday, the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which, by the way, the FBI is considering renaming the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, given their actions, which is hilarious and accurate, along with the Snohomish County prosecutors. They've requested others to perpetrate crimes against me and/or threaten me with felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights violations. On Friday, January 3rd, 2025, nothing out of the ordinary happened, making it the 5th Friday where there was a brief reprieve from the escalations, but the crime spree continued. They apparently have plans for the coming week and the week after, including some notion that their long sought after illegal entry, which they've been trying to pull off since early August 2024, is somehow going to happen. Ergo, the FBI had me record my video on YouTube titled E1 2 11:57 p.m. I mistyped, guys. I wrote 11:2. It's 1:2 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently on my private property, and have stated for the looming stalking and harassment and ADA and civil rights violators accepting their looming federal charges of witness tampering, obstruction, intentional misconduct, etc., are on record as consenting to their conviction. This recording will be played at the end of this script for all future live streams until they are detained. I also want to address the fact that as of the end of December, the North Everett precinct and their cohorts have, for the third time since 2022, weaponized the IRS against me. The FBI has verified that this is happening at the behest of the North Everett precinct each time. Previously, this involved the IRS sending threatening notices about court orders and pretending they didn't have the necessary information to stop harassing and threatening me. I don't have all the details on the current situation, but the FBI has assured me it's a non-issue for me as the IRS is cooperating with them. But it speaks to the totality of their crime spree, as literally there hasn't been a break in them using third and fourth parties to stalk, harass, intimidate, and retaliate against me since September 2023. It is now 2025. To reiterate, on August 7th and August 14th, 2024, the FBI had me date signs that they instructed me to add to my exterior and to address them to the North Everett precinct, the Owens, and everyone else guilty in this conspiracy. I photographed these signs and filed them in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-500-5934 upon service to the North Everett precinct and other involved parties via my tort claim. These signs clearly state that knocking is illegal and that there is no immunity for those who do so, and that requests for an appointment can be made via email at therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. The only person who attempted was one woman facing federal imprisonment, whom the FBI said I wasn't authorized to read and or approve. I also want to make it clear that as of today, January 4th, 2025, there have been oral threats made upstairs in Unit 207 for the entire 7 to 10 days ahead, for the entire coming 7 to 10 days, particularly regarding plans to acquire the illegal entry that they have attempted over 36 times since the first week of August 2024, when the FBI had me add those dated signs addressed to the North Everett precinct of stalkers, the extortionists, and even the child abusers moonlighting as child protectors, as can be seen in the filed tort claim of August 14th, 2024, 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first. That's the update for now, everyone. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for the continued support. Remember to check out the video and my Facebook page for the full story. Stay safe, everyone, and I'll see you on the next live stream. And if this stream suddenly ends, you know who is responsible and that I will be attempting to reinitiate the live stream if possible, assuming I haven't been kidnapped and or illegally arrested and or illegally committed, as has been threatened and premeditated for over a year from the condo above my home of 13 years. Now, remember, everybody, the FBI wants me to play the recording they had me make on January 2nd at 11:57 p.m. PST that's available on YouTube. It's less than 5 minutes long at the end of each spiel for each live stream. So I'm going to play that now. I'm not sure why it's pertinent, but I have to follow the FBI's instructions, as they are the only enforcement agency which is doing an excellent job. Here we go. It's begun, so give it a second. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream for the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I've saved to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow,
or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictment. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated. For over a year. It is now 12.
It is now 6:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 4th, 2025. We're all done listening to those recordings. We'll only have to go over them again in about 12 hours unless the idiots upstairs want to end my live stream and hear them again sooner. Hallelujah to that. Back to the podcast.
It her like she didn't matter, because to her, she didn't. Lucia had hoped that if she ignored Agatha enough, she would just disappear. Agatha's father was always busy working. Here he had children to appease his wife, and probably would have been a better father if he had had boys. Some might say this toxic environment shaped the person Agatha grew up to be. She spent her whole life chasing love and acceptance. That's all she ever wanted, and would stop at nothing to find it and keep it. The clock struck midnight, and Agatha quietly snuck out of bed. She slowly peeled Bertram's arm off the side of her stomach and gently placed it on her pillow. She grabbed the lantern off of her nightstand and tiptoed into the parlor. She grabbed her coat and headed out into the night. She walked deep into the woods with the glow of her lantern guiding her careful steps. The damp, thick fog left little droplets on her milky skin. In the distance, a small dilapidated cottage stood surrounded by tall trees. Through the window, a small light radiated. The wind had started to pick up, and the haunting howling sent a chill through Agatha's bones.
Hello? Is anyone in here?
She cautiously moved through the cottage and saw a candle light in the back room. She slowly pushed open the old splintered door. A shadow moved in the distance and floated toward her face swiftly. An old woman in a black, tattered cloak appeared before her. She motioned to Agatha to sit down at the round table. On the table were sticks, herbs, and spices. A book bound in animal skin laid in the center, with strange symbols and writings in a red lettering. The old lady smelled of dust and decay. Agatha sat down.
Did you do as I told you?
Yes, I did as you said. We are married. What do I do now? I want this to last.
The old woman held out her wrinkly hand.
Oh, why, yes. Here you go.
She dropped a pile of coins in the woman's hand.
Place your hands on the table right side up.
Agatha does what the woman asks. The woman takes a small silver dagger out of a cloth pouch. She wipes the dagger off with the material, makes a small incision with the point on Agatha's arm.
Oh, that hurt.
The old woman pulls her arm closer with no reverence for her discomfort. She squeezes a few drops of bright red blood onto a mortar. Smoke rises from the bowl, followed by a nauseating stench. The old woman starts grinding the concoction of the bones of children, herbs, and Agatha's blood with the pestle. She starts whispering in a foreign ancient language.
Unos eres cam sorabilis et
The
solas.
candle that is on the center of the table blows out, and the woman holds Agatha's hands. She puts pressure on her wrists, and the candle is lit again. The old woman's face catches the light, and her eyes roll in the back of her head, turn white and glow. Agatha gasps with fear. The woman whispers,
The child will only get in the way of your love and happiness. You will end up old and alone if you don't do as I say. You must get rid of the child and bring me his head. The wicked one calls upon it.
I can't do that. Bertram will never forgive me.
You must. Now, leave.
Agatha gathered her satchel, grabbed her coat back, and headed back into the night.
Oh, hey there. Just starting to get interesting, huh? Pardon the interruption, but it appears as though I have an unhappy customer to tend to. Why don't you go on and make yourself at home, and I'll be right back.
No matter what you're a fan of, Texas has the trip for you. There's the trip to Texas and the trip. Or maybe you're the kind of fan who prefer a trip to Texas or a trip. Either way, go to traveltexas.com/get-your-own for the only trip to Texas that matters. Yours.
Head to Whole Foods Market to jumpstart your January during our New Year boosting event with savings on feel-good favorites store-wide. Save on organic picks, wellness staples, and more all month long.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. For life responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown for Chicago, Illinois.
Please accept my sincere apologies. Always business that needs tending to around this place. No matter. Now, where were we?
When she got home to the cottage, the crackling fire was almost out. She sat and warmed herself up before getting back into bed. The old woman's words played over and over in her head. She didn't care much for Jasper, and the thought of him jeopardizing her happiness was reason enough to follow through with the old lady's vision. Agatha wasn't purely evil. She arranged for a fun day with a big surprise for Jasper. Of course, in exchange for using him as a sacrifice. The next morning, she and Jasper headed out for their special day.
Guess what, Jasper? Mrs. Williams said it would be okay if we went to her apple orchard today to pick some fresh apples.
I am so excited. I love Mrs. Williams' apples. Thank you.
You're welcome. Why don't you grab that wagon over there to put the apples in?
Of course.
When they arrived at the orchard, Mrs. Williams met them at the front. She gave Agatha a beautiful iron chest that had the most intricate designs on it. She told her to fill it with as much apples as she could.
This chest is gorgeous, Mrs. Williams.
Why, thank you, Agatha. An old lady didn't have any money to pay for fruit and vegetables from our farm, so she offered this in trade.
That's awfully nice of her.
I know. I'm sure this chest is worth more than what she took home. I would love to keep it, but I haven't got the room.
Well, thank you. We have the perfect spot for it.
As the afternoon sun heated up the ground, Jasper picked his last golden apple.
Wow, this is the best one I've picked all day.
Go ahead and drop it into the chest.
We have so many apples. We should make apple pie and apple bread and apple everything.
Agatha laughed, and for a short time her hidden agenda was never thought of. On the way home, Jasper begged to eat an apple. Agatha made him wait till they got to the cottage before eating. As they pulled the wagon through the gate and into the front yard, Agatha's memories of what she had to do came rushing back.
Jasper, go wash up and you can have an apple.
Yay! I know exactly which one I'm going to pick.
When Jasper was finishing scrubbing the dirt from his hands and face, he was called into the kitchen. The heavy chest was sitting on the floor full of the most delicious-looking apples.
Bend down and grab one.
Jasper bent down to inspect the apples, his head slowly hovering back and forth over the fruit, looking for the most perfect one. He announced with excitement that he had found the most magnificent apple. Agatha stood behind the chest. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the lid and slammed the heavy iron chest down on the base of Jasper's little neck. An instant loud crack accompanied his agonizing screams. The horrific sounds even made Agatha's skin crawl. The chest had muffled some of his screams, but you could still hear them through the holes. The screams got quieter, and Agatha slowly opened the box with one eye closed, afraid of what she would see. Jasper's body was still shaking and moving, and his head was only connected to his body by one single tendon laying on top of the apples. When she lifted up his head, his blue eyes were still moving, and his mouth was mumbling gibberish. Agatha jumped back in shock and dropped his head back in the chest. She had to step away from what she had just done. When she started walking away, she started slipping on pools of Jasper's crimson red blood. She went into the bedroom and composed herself, only returning to the chest when she was calm and collected. She had to hurry before Bertram got home from work and saw what she had done. She took a deep breath in and pulled Jasper's head from his body until the tendon snapped. When his head disconnected, a splash of blood landed on her right cheek. She used her arm to wipe it off. She put Jasper's head in a brown cloth bag and headed to the tiny cottage deep in the woods. When she got there, she frantically knocked on the old woman's door. She saw her through the window skinning some wild rabbits at the table. Agatha slowly opened the creaky door. She noticed the cottage always managed to somehow be dark, even during the day when it shouldn't. She wondered if it was the tall pine trees that surrounded the property, or some sort of dark magic. Maybe the darkness accounted for the cold dampness inside.
Hello? Andorra? I need to talk to you.
The old woman continued skinning her rabbits, making a large incision from the top of the chest to below the belly. She scooped out their intestines with her old dry hands, its blood and tissue getting stuck underneath the old woman's long, dirty nails. She would cycle between taking a bite of their insides and putting some in her mortar. She paid no attention to Agatha as if she wasn't there. She kept repeating the same breathy words over and over again. Agatha sat down and placed the young boy's head on the table. The old woman stopped what she was doing and stood quiet. The 3 candles on the table started lighting on their own, casting a shadow on the old woman's weathered face.
Hello? I brought you the boy's head, like you asked.
The old woman's mouth began to widen and stretch open. Her eyes glowed white with yellow pus coating the outline of the whites of her eyes. 3 black snakes emerged from her dry, rotting mouth. They slithered on the table and down to the floor. The old woman stood up in a dreamlike state and pointed to the door.
The wicked one will come to collect your sacrifice at nightfall.
What am I supposed to do with his body? His father will be home soon. He would never forgive me.
In order to receive protection and to initiate your pact with the wicked one, you must do as follows. Chop the child's body up into little pieces. When there's nothing left, boil his flesh in blood and brine his bones. Make a tasty stew of what remains and serve the dish to the child's father.
Do what? I can't do that.
You don't have a choice. If you don't obey, loneliness will bathe you in blood. You will be one with the dirt and alone for eternity.
Please be hush of our meetings. Not a soul can know. They're hanging women like you. And they can hang me too.
Now, leave.
Agatha got up from the chair and walked out the door. The waft of sage and decomposition tickled the hairs inside of her nose as she exited. It was an unforgettable smell. She remembered all that she had to do before Bertram came home and hurried through the woods to get there as fast as she could. When she arrived home, she had a brief moment of regret and a sense of sadness seeing Jasper's dead body on the floor. Those thoughts were quickly washed away, with thoughts of Bertram crying and yelling and her being locked up forever. Alone. She picked up Jasper's cold body and laid it on the woodworking table in the back. She picked up an axe and started feverishly chopping. She started with his arms, followed by his legs and torso. She had to add extra force when she hit a bone. When he was fully dismembered, she used a sharp kitchen knife to cut his body into smaller pieces, being sure to remove all clothing. She carefully removed his tiny fingernails. She thought those wouldn't cook down and would leave a bitter taste. Any pieces of his body she thought would be tough or wouldn't taste good, she fed to the wild dogs out back. She went into her cupboard and pulled out her massive iron stew pot. She went out back and filled the pot with water from the well. She added potatoes, parsnips, carrots, onion, sugar peas, and finally, the boy's meat, along with spices for flavour. She stirred it and put over the fire to simmer. Quickly, she grabbed a mop and cleaned up all the blood before it stained the floor. She made sure to rinse the apples before putting them back in the chest. The house looked cleaner than it ever had been. just in time for Bertram to come home from work. Agatha heard the door creak open. She took a deep breath in and convinced herself she could get through tonight.
Hello?
I want to force you
Aggie?
to at least try a bite of that.
Something
cat food,
smells
okay?
delicious.
So I'm going to be an asshole.
Where are you?
I'm waiting for
I'm in
24
here.
hours before I
Dinner
put
smells
half your
incredible.
food into it.
What are you
Just need
making?
to try this
Oh,
one.
it's
Don't
nothing.
go fucking
Just
mad.
some stew.
Your boy
Well, I
farted in it.
cannot wait to eat it.
Bertram
But
looked
I want to see you
around.
take a bite. If you
This
take one
place
bite
looks
of it, if
unbelievable.
you don't like it, I'll give you
Did
the
you
other.
spend all day cleaning?
Oh, it was nothing.
Where's Jasper?
Jasper?
Yes, Jasper. Where is he?
Bertram called out.
Jasper, where are you, son?
That's right, he went over to Jacob's house to have supper with their family. I didn't think you would mind.
I don't mind. They do like to play squares and stones.
Let me get you some stew.
Yes, that would be lovely. May I help you?
Oh no, you sit. You worked hard all day.
Bertram sat at the round circular table outside the kitchen. Agatha poured 2 bowls of stew and placed them on the table with a set of spoons. Bertram couldn't help but dig right in.
Wow. You have really outdone yourself with this stew. This is the best stew I have ever had.
I mean, why thank you.
I'm not kidding. Try some.
Oh, I will. I'm just not that hungry. I had such a large lunch.
You know who would have loved this stew?
Before Agatha could answer, Bertram said,
Jasper. Jasper loves stew. What kind of meat is in it? I just can't
Oh,
place
well, it's rabbit?
it. It doesn't taste of rabbit.
It must be the spices. This time I used different ones.
Well, this was delectable. May I have another bowl?
Why, of course. Eat it all. It's all yours.
Agatha began to feel the ache of tears welling in her eyes. Her entire body went hot and numb. The muscles on her face twitched and contorted her pained look into a crooked grin as she sobbed through a sadness so overwhelming she couldn't help but mar it with laughter.
Agatha! What is it, my dear? Have you the devil? Agatha!
You see, what the old woman said was true. From then on, Agatha would in fact never be alone. The wicked one was of her, and her of him, for a boundless infinity of forevers. She felt herself lift off the ground, her pointed toes dragging across the floor as she glided toward the table where Bertram sat. He watched in a...
Also, just a friendly reminder, unless Unit 207 royally fucks up, as they've done previously, the laptop that is running the live stream, where the Xfinity email account was verified last night, should at no point in time disconnect until February 2nd. If it does, it's because Unit 207's wannabe nerd squad fucked up again. And they'll be charged for that. Remember, the stick is in front of my door.
astonishment as the pupils in her eyes vanished.
Now, that being said, the laptop I am playing this podcast on, it should disconnect from the internet at 9:40 p.m. PST and require sign-in. The one running the live stream should not.
Into a creamy, milky white.
6:43 p.m. PST.
sorry.
I'm giving you 3 hours to fix your soon-to-be fuck-up, boy.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. Oh,
Oh, and if it's any incentive, if they criminally and illegally shut off the live stream and disconnect me from the internet, it's postpaid till February 2nd on the laptop that is running the live stream. The same laptop that the email address was verified on, which set up a connection. We'll have to go over the spiel in the recording again tonight. Do you want that? I don't. And I'm going to be a millionaire because of your crimes. So again, big boy, a little bit under 3 hours to fix your looming fuck up.
You think just because you're only...
You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you.
listening to my voice, that you have nothing to be concerned about? Let me assure you that your visit to the antiquarium, whether in the flesh or in your mind's eye, is most certainly not in vain. You are, after all, the architect.
And I think I speak for everyone when I say none of us want to hear that shit again until tomorrow. If I'm wrong, we'll be playing it again because this live stream will cut off illegally and criminally. And then it will take me well longer than it should to sign back into the postpaid anyway.
Architect of this place. I must say, you've done a hell of a job. Even the way you have given me a face and carved out the most minute details of my person in that cerebrum of yours is quite impressive indeed. Therefore, the items you procure within these walls, even on a metaphysical level, are very, very real, and are now and forever part of your subconscious. All part of our standard bill of sale, really. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
And for those of you watching that are like, why would you even try and help them? If they're going to fuck up, let them fuck up. It's only because for months, the FBI has stated over half of those who are in Unit 207 who absolutely were going to prison for the rest of their lives blew the whistle independently to the FBI and are actually informants, and some of the people making up the 20 plus people who will be testifying against those who are going to prison. Or to put it another way, half of the people up there are victims too of a hostile working environment, which the FBI literally did a psychological and some sort of logistical assessments on and already determined they all face 100% risk of retaliation. That's why they're all going to get paid for their hostile working environment. So that is why. Perhaps the person that will get in trouble is one of the whistleblowers. I don't know anyone that's a whistleblower upstairs. I mean, the FBI has said everyone in King County has blown the whistle, so I do know some names as far as that goes.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 012, The Wicked One, written by Lauren Chand, featuring Heather Tracy.
And I don't even want to be listening to this podcast, but I don't know if they're fucking with the interface on Spotify, something that they do in order to delay new episodes from showing up for a day or sometimes 3 days. Or if everybody's just gone MIA, but like I haven't had a new Joe Rogan since the Perry one, which no offense, but Joe did 2 episodes in one day, and it's basically monologues for his guests. And I like the episodes where he's very catty himself. And Was I in a Cult? I've been waiting for them to have a new episode since their silly seasonal Santa one. They changed their thumbnail, and I hate it, by the way. They're both adorable, but ew, go back to the plain old one. But there's no new episode. Anyway, we'll go back to Inner Sanctum. The reason why I drink Lipton tea. The reason why I drink Lipton tea, it's because Inner Sanctum and Dragnet used to advertise for Lipton tea all the fucking time, dude, and they got me. It was indoctrination. Lipton tea indoctrination, dude. Let's start with Inner Sanctum, Skeleton Bay. I don't remember this episode.
The Emerson Drug Company, makers of Bromo Seltzer, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, titled Skeleton Bay, written by Emil Peppermint. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to
Why are you so affectionate? Are you just trying to get a new type of cat? That I don't know what you do.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Come on in and join the fun. We're having a game of cops and robbers, and we can't find a soul for the cause. Of course, we could say the magic word abracadabra, but we don't want any of that low crowd from the morgue. Want to come in and play dead for a while? You die laughing. And now for our excursion into the Erie. Our little trip to Skeleton Bay. Our story opens at a swanky hotel with private cabins, situated on a storm-swept, rock-bound coast. The story itself is all about, you guessed it, murder. And here is Carolyn Winters to give us a blow-by-blow description.
I'll tell you first about the night I met Michael Barrett. It was in August at Skeleton Bay. I'd come to the hotel supposedly for a rest. That was what I kept telling myself, but in reality, I didn't know why I had come here. I'd seen the name in an ad months ago, and since then it kept hammering at the inside of my brain. It was like the voice of implacable fate, commanding me. Because I didn't like crowds, the hotel manager had given me a cabin near the beach, all to myself. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep. The wind came in from the ocean, howling like a hungry beast across the shoals. And the pounding of the surf mingled with the angry, baffled growl of the sea. I sat at the window in the dark, staring out at the beach. I was restless, excited. It was then
6:53 p.m. PST, the interface on my YouTube channel finally reflects the accurate claim that there are 111 published for public consumption videos.
I was able to make out the figure of a man in boots and a leather jacket. He was signaling toward the hotel. But to whom? I had the answer in a moment. A man moved past my window, going down toward the light. He had his collar turned up against the wind and his hat brim pulled low. But I knew who it was. Mr. Field, the small, furtive man who had come up on the train with me. The two men met. Barely a stone's throw away from my window, I could hardly see them huddled closely together. This was excitement, mystery, intrigue, the stimulation I wanted and needed. I had to know what was going on. I threw on a raincoat and opened the cabin door. The wind swept my hair in a streamer, and the salt spray stung my face as I hurried down to the beach. My blood began to race and my heart to pound, for those two men were not engaged in any conflict. They were locked in struggle. It was a deadly silent struggle, only a grunt now and then. And I saw the flashing gleam of a knife, but I couldn't tell who had the weapon, the tall man in the leather jacket or the furtive Mr. Field. And then I saw the blade plunge home into the throat of the furtive Mr. Field. I felt a sudden surge of wild elation. This was murder. I had witnessed a murder. The tall man let the body of Mr. Field slide down to the sand. Then he looked up and saw me. He stood there with the bloody knife in his hand, and we looked at each other.
Who are you?
I'm Carola Winter. I have this cabin here, number 5.
You saw me kill him?
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to help you dispose of the body. He told me his name was Michael Barrett. He lived on the opposite side of the bay, in a house high up on the cliff.
It won't be so easy to get rid of the body. If I had the boat, I could take him out and drop him over, but it's too rough tonight. If there was some place to hide him for a day, I could come across in the boat tomorrow night.
You can hide it in the closet in my cabin. Nobody will look there.
Better lock the closet door.
Yes, of course.
You sure nobody will come snooping here?
Nobody comes here but me.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow night with a boat.
Oh, did you pick up the knife?
Yeah. Got it here in my pocket.
Well, that's all.
Good night, Carola.
Good night, Michael. All night I sat up alone, with the locked closet door between me and the staring, sightless body of Mr. King. At breakfast the next morning, they had already discovered the disappearance of Mr. Field.
The baby said his bed wasn't slept in at all. I think he could have committed suicide in the ocean. Well, he was such a sneaky little man. Of course, he may just have gone for an all-night hike, but in such weather.
I hurried for my breakfast, listening to the gossip all around me. Now, in broad daylight, I could hardly believe that the thing really happened last night.
And you know, the hotel manager thinks it might be murder. I heard him phoning for the police.
Police? I hadn't counted on that.
Wait, anything wrong, young lady? You look sick.
I do feel a bit dizzy. I think I'll get some fresh air.
Dear, poor girl. It must be quite a shock to her. She gave up on the same with Mr. Field.
Out in the open air, I let the wind cool my fevered face as I hurried down toward the beach. It was only 9:30 in the morning, a whole day and a whole evening before Michael could come to the bottom. And the police would be around all day investigating, snooping. And all the time, Mr. Field would be sitting in my closet, staring blankly out of his sightless eyes. When I reached my cabin, I put my hand on the doorknob, and suddenly I went cold all over. The door was unlocked. I stood as still as a statue, listening. Yes, there was someone inside, someone moving around. If only I hadn't a handbag. I had a pistol in it that I always carried for protection, but it was inside on the dresser. So slowly, I pressed the door open, a half inch, an inch, and the door creaked.
That you, Miss Withers?
The maid. It was only the maid, of course. She'd been making up the bed. Why hadn't I thought of that?
Miss Withers? That you?
Yes. It's I. What are you doing at that closet with those keys?
They're just my pass keys, Miss Withers. I was just going to tidy up the closet.
I didn't ask you to do anything to that closet.
But that's part of the job, Miss Withers. I'm supposed to do it in all the rooms.
Well, you leave this one alone. Keep away from that closet from here.
Well, yes, Miss Withers. I was only trying to help.
When I want your help, I'll ask for it. Now, please leave at once.
You say, Miss Withers. Sorry if I did anything wrong.
Said she suspected me. I hadn't liked her tone. I had been so sharp with her. Now she'd surely think there was something in the closet. Something she'd surely say. At lunchtime, I didn't want to leave the cabin. I sat at the window, and I could almost feel the sightless eyes of Mr. Field staring at me through the closet door. I'm at the door. Who? Just a minute.
Miss Winter? Miss Carol Winter?
Yes, I'm Miss Winter.
I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Winter. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith from headquarters. May I come in for a moment?
Yes, please do. What can I do for you, Sergeant Smith?
We're out here investigating this Mr. Field business. He hasn't turned up yet.
Oh, well, I'm sure he will in time.
Well, I wish I could be so sure, Miss Winter.
What do you mean?
We've gone through his room, found some mighty queer things.
Queer things?
Seems this Mr. Field was in some sort of racket. There's a good chance he may have been murdered.
Don't say.
Yeah, I understand you came up on the train with him.
Yes, that's true.
Did you have any conversation with him on the train?
No, none at all.
You're the Carol Winter who writes the mystery novels, aren't you?
Same.
I've read every one of them. They're darn good, Miss Winter. You think you'll get a plot out of this? I mean, Mr. Field?
Well, I can't tell yet. Sergeant, I wish you'd keep me posted on developments in case it does turn out to have a plot.
Oh, I sure will, Miss Winter. Oh, by the way, we found this picture among the papers in Field's room. I'm showing it to everybody around in case they might recognize it. It's an old newspaper item, 10 years old. Can't figure out why he was carrying it around. It's about a guy named Wycliffe that's wanted for murder. Yeah, take a look at it.
That's the blood racing in my veins, pounding at my wrist. The picture of the man named Wycliffe who was wanted for murder. The picture of Michael Barrett.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. You know, it's really silly to let an ordinary headache make you miserable when you can get such fast three-way headache help with Bromo Seltzer. Now, by three-way help, I mean Bromo Seltzer quickly helps the pain of a headache itself, and it soothes upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And what a pleasant help it is, for Bromo Seltzer fizzes instantly. So sparkling, so refreshing to take. You can't ask any more of a headache product than that, can you? Fast, pleasant, three-way help for your headache. That's Bromo Seltzer. Try Bromo Seltzer on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. Need I say more? Just go to any drugstore, fountain, or counter and ask for Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yeah. It looks as if Michael Barrett is a lucky guy, with a beautiful woman ready to commit murder for him. But what'll he do when she runs out of victims and begins looking at him with a calculating eye? Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry about our eerie spirits bothering you anymore. Now, I made a resolution that ghosts will not be allowed out of their graves after dark. Unless, of course, they have a path to leave the ground. Now, let's get back to the rock-bound coast of Skeleton Bay and see how Carola entertains the grisly guests in her closet.
I don't remember now how I got rid of that Detective Smith. I told him I had never seen the man in the picture and I sent him away. The day was interminable. From my window, I could see the guests moving about the beach, but none of them went in swimming. The weather was too rough. And I wondered if Michael would be able to bring the boat over tonight. If not, how much longer could I sit guard over Mr. Field in the house? Now and then I'd see Detective Smith poking around on the beach. And then, without warning, he was standing over the very spot where Michael had stabbed Mr. Field. I watched him bend down and look down at me. There's blood there. Did Smith know that that was the murder spot? I saw him frown, and he stood up and walked quickly away. I had to know what it was he had seen there. Swiftly, I slipped on the coat and went off. I started toward the spot on the beach.
Going somewhere this winter?
Oh, it's you, Detective.
Going anywhere in particular?
Why, no, I was just going up to the hotel for dinner. It's almost dinner time, you know.
Well, fine. I'll walk up with you. If you don't mind.
Not at all.
Can I help you? Take your arm.
Thank you. Sand is so soft.
It's still wet. We had high tide last night. Miss Winter.
Yes?
Are you a sound sleeper?
Why do you ask?
Well, I just thought maybe you might have heard something last night, like a fight or something.
A fight?
I was just looking at the sand back there down near your cabin. It's all messed up, stamped around.
Oh, what has that got to do with me?
Well, nothing at all, except I think there was a fight there last night. Maybe that's where Mr. Field was killed.
You think Mr. Field was murdered?
It's beginning to look more and more like it, Miss Winter.
Somehow, I don't know how, I managed to get through with dinner. I hurried back to the cabin, and I stopped at the door, shocked and unbelieving. There was a light inside. Someone was in there. This time I had my handbag with me. I took the pistol out, and once more I inched the door open. It had happened, the thing I feared. The closet door was open, and there was the maid stooping over the body of Mr. Field. Oh, what are you doing there?
The body! It's Mr. Field! You killed him!
Suppose I did.
Oh, what are you doing with that gun?
What do you think? Wind was high and the weather was rough. Fortunately, no one heard the shot. I pushed her body into the closet next to the body of Mr. Field and closed the door. Now I was a murderer too. Who is it?
Let me in, Carol, quick.
Yes. Michael, I thought you weren't coming. It's been a dreadful day.
What happened?
Come here and I'll show you.
Is he still in there?
See for yourself.
A woman? Who is she?
The maid. She opened the closet while I was out.
You killed her?
Yes, I had to. There are detectives at the hotel looking for Mr. Field.
I suppose if I was smart, I'd kill you too. And there'd be no one to talk.
Yes, Michael, that would be smart. Go ahead, kill me. If you can. I knew he couldn't kill me because I had seen it in his eyes. We were two of a kind, both wild, both reckless, both eager for the thrill of danger. He too wanted to be like the wind. We had both been brought together by some force stronger than either of us. And we loved each other.
Carol, darling.
Michael. No more, Michael. We have work to do.
I'll take them down to the boat.
I'll help you. We carried Mr. Field and the maid down to the boat.
There. I'll take them out of the way and dump them.
And after that, Michael?
After that, then I'm going home.
To your house on the cliff on the other side of the bay?
Yes, Carol.
Michael, take me with you.
What?
Take me with you to your house up there on the cliff.
I'm sorry, I can't.
You can. Why can't you?
There isn't anything I can tell you.
What are you hiding up there in that house on the cliff?
You mustn't ask. Now, please, Carola, you mustn't ask.
You're married. You have a wife up there.
No, I haven't.
Then
I
what?
can't tell you.
But are you going away? Are you leaving me forever?
Not forever. You go back to the city. I'll come to you soon.
I returned to the city and waited. I waited a week, a month, but Michael Barrett did not come. I wrote to him. There was no answer. And then one evening I saw him. I was returning home in a taxi and I saw him standing across the street looking up at my window. And when he saw me get out of the cab, he turned and started to hurry away. Michael! Michael! Michael, please don't go away! Oh, Michael, why did you try to run away?
Don't you know?
You're afraid.
Yeah, let's call it that.
But you love me, Michael, don't you?
Carola, it's no good. There's nothing but ruin for us both if I stay.
We'll be together forever.
It's impossible.
I won't let you go back to that house on the cliff. I don't care what it is you're hiding up there. I won't let you go back.
Goodbye, Carola.
Wait.
I'm going. You better forget about it.
Don't go yet, Mr. Whitecliff.
You know about that, too.
I saw the old newspaper clipping Mr. Field carried.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You know why I killed Mr. Field? Because he tried to blackmail me about that old murder.
But, dear Michael, I'm a good deal smarter than Mr. Field. You see, I write mystery novels, so I know how to handle such things.
What do you mean?
It wouldn't do you any good to kill me. I've written all about you, your real name, and about that old murder. It'll be found if I should ever be killed. Michael, darling, I'm blackmailing you, but there's only one thing I want from you, your love. It shouldn't be so hard for you to meet my terms.
All right, Carola. You win. We'll be married tomorrow.
Soon after we were married, Michael began going out evenings, once, sometimes twice a week, and staying out all night. He'd return late the next day. When I asked where he had been, his temper would flare up into something terrible. I stopped asking, but I couldn't rest. I had to know where he went. One evening I followed him. He boarded a train for Skeleton Bay. At Skeleton Bay, he set out to walk from the station, and I followed. It was no longer summer. The trees were bare and the night was forbidding. I kept behind him when he skirted the bay to the narrow road which led up toward his house high on the cliff. It was a small stone house. The wind whistled around it and against it and above it. I stole to one of the windows. It was barred like a prison. Carefully I raised my head above the sill and peered into a lighted room. Michael was there with a woman. For the first time in my life, I knew the meaning of frustration and jealousy. Michael had told me he wasn't married, but this woman, I had helped him to do murder. I had killed for him. I had lied to that detective for him. And all the while, this was the secret he had been keeping from me. I opened my handbag and took out the pistol. I looked into the room again. The woman was alone and Michael was gone.
So you came up after all.
Michael, you sneaked out. You knew I was here.
I'm sorry you saw through that window.
Is that your secret, that woman?
Part of it. But it's the part you mustn't know.
But I do know.
That's why I've got to kill you.
That knife. You've still got that knife.
Yes.
And I've got this one. He fell at my feet and I looked down and watched him die. And now I knew why I had really come to Skeleton Bay that first day. It was for this. To kill Michael Barrett.
So he's dead at last. You killed him.
You, the woman in that house, you saw me kill him.
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
Help you dispose of the body. Of course.
Help me dispose of the body. Those were the very words I had said to Michael Barrett down there on the beach. And now this woman was saying them to me. Who are you?
I'm Elizabeth Whitecliff. I'm Michael's sister.
Your sister. And you want to help me dispose of the body?
You see the bars on those windows?
Yes?
I have been a prisoner in this house for 10 years.
What?
Michael killed the man I was going to marry 10 years ago. He murdered him.
But the house, this prison.
Michael brought me here. He kept me prisoner because he knew if I got free, I'd tell the world he was a murderer.
Then that's the secret. The secret you wouldn't even tell me. I shot her. Yes, I killed her too. There outside the house. And she fell beside Michael. And I rolled both bodies over the cliff, down into the sea. This is the end of my book, the best mystery novel I have ever written. I know that in writing it, I deliver myself into the hands of the law. But I can't stop. I can't help myself. From now, I am finished. I will mail it to my publisher and wait for Detective Sergeant Smith to come and get me.
It looks as if Carola's mystery novel will earn a lot of money after she's executed. But I'd say it's tainted money. Why tainted? Because she'll be dead and a ghost can't own money, so taint her. You know, Carola would have been better off if she'd remembered that the pen is mightier than the sword. Because the sword is leading her right back to the pen anyhow.
The federal pen.
You know, today just about everything depends on speed. Now you take headache products. Bromo Seltzer is famous for giving speedy relief from headaches, but that's not all. Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help. First, it quickly fights the pain of the headache itself. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jumpy nerves that may come with a headache. And Bromo Seltzer is even fast to fix. Just put a teaspoonful in a glass, add water, watch how it fizzes in a split second. So sparkling and refreshing to take. So fast in helping your headache all three ways. But don't just take my word for it, neighbors. Next time you get a headache, try Bromo Seltzer yourself. You'll find where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed, and of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Get a bottle of Bromo Seltzer for home use, and keep another bottle where you work. It's on sale at all drugstores.
5, 7, 3-way. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery. In tonight's story, Charlotte Holland played Carola, with Martin Gable as Michael. Music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Answers Known by Jeffrey Hall. Next week, we're pinning up a fearful portrait called The Deadly Face. It's all about a curious character who has the picture of death painted all over his purse. So if you're around this time next week when we hang him up in our gallery, you'll hear how he tries to frame a couple of quotes in pine. Until next Monday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in again next Monday at the same time to Inner Sanctum
which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday by This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
Good evening, friends. This is your host again to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Come on in. I want you to meet Ambrose, our man-shy ghost. The other night in a graveyard, he bumped into a human and was so frightened he turned flesh-colored. Yes, poor Ambrose. He's got a bad case of ants in his fantasies. He's so upset he's just a ghost of his former ghost. Was a time when we held high hope for Ambrose. Oh, yes, at Abnormal U, he was cited by his classmates as the personality most likely to split. And now, let's visit Murder Mansion. For over 100 years, the old house has stood on the cliff, weathering the relentless ocean winds that have battered at its gray shingles. Now, in the living room, the real estate agent and the new buyer are completing the arrangements of sale.
Only one thing bothers me, Mr. Griffin. That graveyard just outside the window there. Are you sure nothing can be done about it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Burley. You know the conditions set down in the deed. The Crandall family burial ground must remain on the property untampered with.
Those Crandalls must have been a morbid family, having themselves buried right next to the house they lived in.
Yes, they were peculiar. I guess they figured it was a way of keeping the family together.
You shouldn't laugh, Mr. Griffin.
What are you doing here?
I hope I'm not too late. This is the gentleman who's planning to buy the house?
Mr. Burley's already bought it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, look. What is this, Griffin? Who is this woman?
I'm Emily Robbins. Mr. Burley, please, you must sell this house immediately to me.
Sell it? That's ridiculous. I just bought it.
Mr. Griffin never should have allowed you to.
Now, see here, Mrs. Robbins.
Just a minute, Griffin. I want to hear what she has to say.
Well, all right, but you can see she isn't exactly accountable.
You're bad, Mr. Griffin. You promised to sell the house to me, but you couldn't wait until I had the money, could you?
I'm in the real estate business, not charity.
Mrs. Robbins, I still want to hear why Griffin shouldn't have sold me this house.
Because, Mr. Burley, a house isn't just a thing made of wood and stone and mortar. It's almost a living, breathing creature. It accepts and rejects people just the way we do. I was born a Crandall, and only a Crandall may live here. Anybody but a Crandall would be an enemy within its walls. You'd never spend a happy moment here.
Oh, you see, Mr. Burley, I told you, she doesn't make sense.
Please, Mr. Burley, for your own sake, sell it.
Oh, you can't frighten me into a quick sale. Now, I know I'll buy when I see it. My wife and I will be living here within a few days.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burley, but I don't think you will. I don't think you will ever live here.
Helen! Oh, Helen!
Mr. Burley?
Yes, Ada. Where's Mrs. Burley? I want to tell her I got that house at my price.
Burley, you'd better go upstairs. The doctor's still there.
Doctor? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Burley.
What is it, Ada? What is it?
Your wife is dead. She seemed so well after lunch. She was upstairs napping, and when she didn't come down at the usual time, I went up. I tried to wake her.
Helen dead? No, it can't be. It just can't be.
I tried to get you everywhere.
But she hadn't been sick. There's no reason she should die.
Dr. Cushman said the same thing. He said that... Oh. Hello?
Is Mr. Burley there, please?
Well, Mr. Burley can't come to the phone right now.
Oh, it's all right, Ada. I'll take it.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Mr. Burley,
Listen.
I'm called to ask you if you've changed your mind about selling me the house.
Can I bring you something, Mr. Burley?
No, Ada, thank you.
Sir, I know it's none of my business, but maybe you shouldn't have come to live in this house. Maybe you should have sold it to Mrs. Robbins.
I had to come here. I have to prove to myself that a house can have no evil influence over life and death.
Of course it can't.
And yet, according to the doctor, my wife passed away almost at the very moment I bought this house. I'm so confused. I don't know what to think.
I'm not one to butt in, but you are letting the house have an effect on you. Well, you haven't moved from that window all evening.
I'm just trying to fathom things out.
You've been standing there staring out at that graveyard.
I'm all right. Now let me alone.
Yes, sir. Good night, Mr. Burley.
Good night.
What is it, sir?
That graveyard out there. When the lightning flash just then, I saw it.
So what?
There was a new headstone among the old ones. A brand new headstone. Mr. Griffin, how long ago was the last Crandall buried in the graveyard out there?
The last one? Let's see. Oh, yes, it was Vincent Crandall. He died 20 years ago.
20 years. Then his headstone would have been a little worn by this time.
Well, sure it would, but what are you...
Then what is the meaning of the new headstone?
New?
Come to the window. I'll show you.
Oh, now, Mr. Burley...
There's a brand new headstone out there, over a fresh grave.
Oh, but that's impossible.
I saw it first when the lightning flashed.
You must be imagining things.
Then sit yourself. Here, take this flashlight. Shine it out there on the graves and see for yourself.
All right.
Well,
Mr. Burley, maybe you better see a doctor.
Doctor?
They're all old headstones out there. The new one is only in your mind.
Give me the flashlight. Mr. Griffin,
you've been under a terrible strain. Your wife's sudden death and all.
I don't know. What made me think I saw a new headstone out there? I'll sell this house. Right away.
Well, you know, it takes a little time to arrange a sale.
What about that Robbins woman? She'll buy it. She's been bothering me all along to sell it to her.
Yeah, but Mrs. Robbins can't pay you a decent price.
So I don't care. I'll take anything she offers. I want you to get in touch with her.
All right, Mr. Burley, I'll call her in the morning.
No. I can't wait until then. I want this house sold tonight.
Also, guys, I did get confirmation. Some of you, like me, may have been wondering how exactly a couple of people that are members of the bar are going to be disbarred nationally in February. It is indeed
He's made up his mind to sell. He wants to close the deal tonight.
And the subsequent mandates thereafter in the state.
Look, Mrs. Robbins, I don't care who gets it, just as long as it's at a decent price.
So you can get a higher commission. You're a very selfish man, Mr. Griffin.
Not in business for love.
Your wife was well pleased you.
She was as crazy as you are. Why doesn't he answer the door? What's taking him so long?
Mercy, what was that?
Oh, we're screaming. Say, the garage. There's a light in there. Come on.
Whoever screamed must be in that garage.
Well, we'll soon find out.
But maybe it isn't safe for us to go in there.
That's a chance I'm going to have to take. What? Ada.
Mr. Griffin.
Well, that was you who screamed, huh?
Yes.
Why? What happened?
Mr. Burley.
What is it, Ada? What about Mr. Burley?
He's dead.
What?
He left the house an hour ago. I looked out of the window and noticed that the garage here was lit. I came out and I found him slumped over in the car dead.
How dreadful.
Well, this place is filled with carbon monoxide fumes.
It wouldn't have happened. None of it. If he hadn't bought the house.
Now, look, Mrs. Robbins, this is no time for that superstitious nonsense of yours.
She's right, Mr. Griffin. It is nonsense.
What do you mean, Ada?
Here. Look. On the back seat of the car.
Good Lord. A new headstone.
Hey, anybody want to buy a house? The Crandall place is a real buy. All you have to give for it is your life. Too bad about our friend Mr. Burley, huh? Thought he was getting a bargain basement, but instead he's ended up in a basement he didn't bargain for. Yes, he should have taken old Lady Robin's advice, which, in a phrase, was, one man's menage is another man's morgue. Well, now let's get back to our mystical manor. A week had passed since Burley's death, and the real estate agent, Mr. Griffin, has found a new buyer.
Here's your check, Mr. Griffin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wagner.
I consider this house a real buy.
Well, you're the only person who's had any interest in it since Mr. Burley died. The place has gotten a bad name. Most people are superstitious, I guess. Wouldn't live here if you paid it.
Superstition never bothered me. Mr. Griffin.
Yes?
What are you looking at that way?
There's a graveyard out there. I don't understand.
Understand? What are you trying to say?
There were always 10 graves out there, I'm sure. But now there's 11.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Robbins, but nothing you say can persuade me to sell.
Please, Mr. Wagner, for your own sake, don't be stubborn. It may cost you your life. You know what happened to Mr. Burley and his wife.
Well, I've always prided myself on being a jinx breaker.
Oh, be sensible. That's a very silly reason to live here.
Maybe I have another reason, too.
What do you mean?
Charles Burley was a very close friend of mine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I told it to Mr. Griffin. Now I'm telling you. I knew Burley like a brother. Everything about him. Mrs. Robbins, he wasn't the type to commit suicide.
Oh, but he didn't commit suicide.
Oh, you seem to know a lot about it.
I do.
Then maybe you can tell me who killed him.
I can.
Who?
This house is the killer.
Now, look.
Oh, it is, Mr. Wagner. I know. You don't believe me, do you?
Of course not.
Soon you'll find out that I'm telling the truth.
That sounds like a threat.
No, Mr. Wagner. I'm not threatening you. I'm just trying to help. I'm just giving you a chance to live. One more chance to sell me this house at my price.
And if I refuse?
If you don't sell it to me now, well then I'll buy it after your death.
I see. Well, Mrs. Robbins, there's nothing more we can talk about. I'm sure you know your way out. Good afternoon.
Good day, Mr. Wagner.
Hello, Mrs. Robbins.
Oh, hi. Well, Ada, what are you doing here?
Oh, didn't you know? I'm Mr. Wagner's new maid.
Hello.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes?
Come over here to the Crandall house right away. Mr. Wagner wants to see you.
What, who is this?
It's very important, Mr. Griffin. Come as quickly as you can.
Yes, but who is this? Hello. 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 Oh.
Your number, please.
Operator, get me Maine 6539 and hurry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir, but that line is disconnected.
Disconnected? What? Well, that's impossible. I just spoke to someone at that number. Try them again.
I'm sorry, sir, but I checked. There is no way I can get you the number. Come in, Mr. Griffin.
Mrs. Robbins, what are you doing here at the Crandall house?
I was waiting for you, Mr. Griffin.
I don't understand.
Come in, please. I was the one who called you on the phone to come out here. I didn't say who I was because I didn't want to mention names.
But I tried to get the phone here right after you hung up. The operator said the line was disconnected.
It is. The wire's been cut. I walked down the road to the mobile gas station to call you to come out here.
Mrs. Robbins, just what is this all about anyway? Why are you here, and where is Ada and Mr. Wagner?
Ada's here. She's gone away. Good.
What?
On the hall table over there, a note from Ada to Mr. Wagner, explaining why she left.
And what about Mr. Wagner himself? Where is he?
In the dining room. Oh, no, wait, please don't go in there. Look, he's dead.
Mr. Wagner dead?
When I came in, he was slumped over the table.
When you came in, huh?
With the way you say that, Mr. Griffin, you make it sound like you think I killed poor Mr. Wagner.
Well, what should I think?
Oh, I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Then suppose you tell me exactly what you're doing out here tonight.
Well, it's like this, Mr. Griffin. I was home in bed, but I couldn't sleep. A strange feeling kept running through me that I should come out here and try to convince Mr. Wagner that he should sell the house before another day passed.
Oh, a feeling.
You can believe me.
Oh, sure.
When I arrived out here, the door was open and everything is just as you see it.
What about the police?
I didn't call them.
Why not?
Because I wanted to speak to you first.
Speak to me with a murdered man in the next room?
It wasn't murder. It was just the will of this house. And I want this house.
You'd do anything to get it, wouldn't you?
Yes. Anything.
Even murder? Yes. Mrs. Robbins, I'm driving down the road to make a phone call to the police.
Mr. Griffin, wait!
Well, Ada, what are you doing here?
I was watching you and Mrs. Robbins through the window.
Mr. Wagner is dead.
I know.
But how could you? You left the house this morning.
I saw his body slumped over the table. You think the same as I do, don't you?
Oh, what do you mean by that?
You suspect Mrs. Robbins, too.
In a way. But I also suspect you, Ada.
Me?
But I can't exactly figure out what your game is.
Game? I had no game.
And why did you leave a note saying you were going away?
What note?
There's no use lying. I saw it myself on the hall table.
But you must be mistaken. Today is my day off. I left the house early this morning. I didn't write a note.
If you are telling the truth...
I am.
Then I know who did write that note. You wait right here for me. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Keep your eye on the house.
Where are you going?
The phone inside is disconnected. I'm going down the road to call the police.
I'll go with you.
Why?
I'd rather not stay here alone.
Mrs. Robbins doesn't know you're out here. You're safe.
But just the same, I'd feel better if I went with you.
I'm not taking you with me.
You act as if you're afraid of me.
Maybe I am.
But why?
Why? Because when Mrs. Burley died, you were in the house. The same with Mr. Burley. And now Mr. Wagner. You were there when every victim died, Ada. I won't let you in this car with me.
You called the police, Mr. Griffin?
Yes, they're on the way out now. By the way, what are you doing here in this kitchen?
Oh, I'm just walking through the rooms, recalling the happy moments I spent here when I was young.
You sure that's the only reason?
Why, yes.
Thought maybe Ada had something to do with it.
Ada? You know very well she's left. You saw her note.
Ada didn't write that note.
What?
I talked to her outside this house 15 minutes ago. She was to wait out there for me until I got back. She wasn't there. What's happened to her?
I didn't see Ada, but wait.
What is it?
About 5 minutes ago, I thought I heard something move down the cellar.
The cellar?
Yes, but then I thought it was just my imagination.
Wait a minute.
No.
Just now. I heard it too. Something or someone is down there. Come on, we're going down into the cellar to look around.
Mr. Griffin, look. Look, it's down there in the cellar.
Yes. Go on. You're going first so I can keep my eye on you.
Mr. Griffin.
What is it?
The hole in the floor here.
Huh?
Well, one of the stone flooring slabs has been removed. There's an old well down there. I remember it was sealed up when I was a little girl.
Yes. And I can see the slab was freshly removed. I wonder why.
Mr. Griffin.
What now?
Behind you, in the shadows. Look, there's a woman's body.
It's Ada.
She's dead. It's Mystic.
Yes, I know.
Wait, you say it as if you were sure we would find this lady.
I was sure. You see, Mrs. Robbins, I killed her. I didn't have quite enough time to dispose of her body in the old well here. I heard you moving about upstairs in the kitchen.
But why did you kill her, Mr. Griffin?
Because she insisted on living in this house like the others.
Then it wasn't because. It wasn't because they weren't random.
Of course not, but your idiotic superstition about this place helped my plan. Mrs. Burley's sudden, peculiar death was a lucky coincidence for me. It gave me the idea for the others. I needed a series of deaths to completely destroy the value of this place, so no one would ever live in it.
But why?
On several occasions you mentioned my wife, Mrs. Robbins. You see, you were wrong about her, as everybody else was wrong. She didn't run away from me. She would have, but I killed her. And her body is down at the bottom of that well, just as Ada's will be, and just as yours will be.
But the police are coming. They'll find you out.
You foolish old woman, do you think I really called them? Now, Mrs. Robbins.
No, please don't come near me.
You wanted to stay in this house. Now you will, forever. You're going to get the thing you wanted. Move. Oh.
You're not going to kill her, too.
Ada.
Yes, Ada.
Look. No, it can't be. You're dead.
Not yet. Not completely. But just enough life left.
No, my leg. Let me go. Let me go. The well. I'm falling there. No.
Ada. Oh, Ada. You thought it was nonsense, didn't you, Mr. Griffin? But it was this house that kept her alive long enough to protect him. My house, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as they say, all's well that ends in a well. Say, folks, what about that Griffin character? Just goes to show how a property agent can sink to such an unreal estate. Yes, sir, that's what I call tripping over your own plot. Now, Mrs. Robbins will never be lonely. No, when things get dull, she can always step outside the house and dig up a relative or two.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
OTR Gold, baby.
Bromo Seltzer, made by the Emerson Drug Company, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, titled Beneficiary Death, written by Ed Adamson and Bob Smith. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to fight heavy three-way.
creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the inner sanctum. Come in, come on. Oh, just finished my spring gardening, planted a couple of dozen of bulb heads. But I'm sure they won't be content to stay in their new lawns. That's how things are here behind the creaking door. Whatever goes down must come up at night. Oh, by the way, folks, I want you to meet our laughing ghost. We call him Silly Willie because it's easy to
Hey,
tickle
to the
his
one of you that's scared of
fantasy.
clowns.
But Willie's not really so silly when it comes to getting rid of his mate. The first one left him because he started each day by beating her over the head with a club. Well, naturally, she got sick and tired of such treatment. But his second wife, a brunette, had a much more interesting conclusion.
Don't worry,
Willie
though. I might
buried
just
her
squirt
head
you in the face
sand
with
in
my
the ocean
flower in
front.
one way.
Now she's a bleached blonde. Horror has many sides. It can make itself felt in an almost hidden, quiet sort of way. Just as it did that rainy Monday morning that Sam and Helen Braden were at breakfast in their small southern home. The Bradens sat in the kitchen nook near the window, the same as they'd done for 20 years. But still, this morning, things were not quite the same.
Sam, you've just been sitting there staring out the window. You haven't touched your breakfast.
I'm not hungry, Helen.
You didn't sleep last night, did you?
A little on and off.
You're just worrying yourself sick over nothing. Now, business is bound to get better.
Oh, there's no use kidding you any longer. The store is on its last legs. The bank refused me the loan.
Oh.
Said I was a bad risk.
Then you don't need the bank's money. You can still raise some yourself.
Yes? How?
Your insurance.
Yes. I begged and borrowed everything up to my teeth, but I won't touch that insurance. That's for you, Helen.
Sam,
in case...
please, listen to me.
No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Getting late. I'm starting for town.
Sam, wait.
Yes?
I wish you'd take the train instead of the car.
Why?
Well, weather's so awful. Look at the way the rain's coming down.
I drove into town in lots worse weather than this.
I know, but...
But what?
Feeling the way you do, Sam, I wish you wouldn't drive.
I'm all right, Helen. I'll see you this evening.
Sam, please take the train.
I told you I'm all right.
I had an awful dream last night. I saw you driving the car along the turnpike, and then suddenly the car crashed, and you were...
Killed?
Yes.
Well, that's not such an awful dream at all. Well, it isn't. When you consider my insurance, I'm really worth more to you dead than alive.
Hello?
Mrs. Braden? Mrs. Samuel Braden?
Yes?
This is Sergeant Land with the Merrick Police.
Please. It's about my husband.
Yes. His car was in a crack-up an hour ago on the turnpike.
Was he hurt badly?
I'm sorry to tell you, Mrs. Braden, but he's dead.
Oh.
Mrs. Braden? Mrs. Braden?
Yes.
It's only a formality, but you'll have to come down to the county morgue personally to claim the body. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Oh.
Helen, why are you crying?
Why did you do it? I didn't want the insurance money. I wanted you to come back.
But I have come back.
Please told me you were killed in the auto crash. Just the way I dreamed. I saw your face. Just the way it is now. Covered with blood. Sam, I only wanted you to live.
Why are you talking that way, Helen? I am alive.
No.
Here, touch me.
Sam, don't.
You mustn't be afraid. Touch me.
Sam, please.
Ah. Feel my hand.
It isn't cold. You're not dead. You're alive. But your face isn't that cold just now.
There was an accident. The car was coming toward me. I swerved to get out of the way, and then everything went black, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the front door outside.
Police found your body in the wreck. They asked me to come down to the morgue and claim it.
My body?
They said you were there, dead.
The hitchhiker.
Hitchhiker?
Just before I got onto the turnpike, I picked up a tramp. I was giving him a lift into town. Wait.
What is it?
My wallet. It's not in my pocket. It must have fallen out in the crash.
And that's why they thought it was you.
Yes. Helen, what are you going to do?
Call the American police and tell them you're alive.
Put that phone down.
But they should know.
Put it down. I'm not alive. To all intents and purposes, that's my body down at the morgue.
Don't understand.
This is our chance, Helen. Don't you see?
What are you trying to say?
It's very plain and simple. My $25,000 life insurance. Now do you understand?
We can't do a thing like that.
And not for just $25,000. Accidental death, the double indemnity clause, $50,000.
Sam, please.
$50,000. I told you at breakfast I'm worth more dead than alive. $50,000. After you collect, we can go away. For the first time, we can really live. We won't have to worry about pennies anymore.
Darling, we don't want money that way.
All you have to do is go down to the morgue at Merrick.
Sam, we can't do it.
Of course we can.
They'll find us out.
The tramp I picked up told me he was homeless, no family. It's all so perfect. Once you claim my body, no one will ever find out.
Now, Mrs. Braden, just one more thing to be filled out on this form. Where do you want your husband's body sent?
To the Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Winston Funeral Home, Crestview. Now, come with me, please.
Sergeant Lando. Where are we going?
To that room at the end of the hall. That's where the bodies are kept.
Do I have to go?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the law.
No, it's my husband. Don't you?
Sure. The next of kin has to make identification.
Oh, Sergeant Lando.
It'll only take a second. Here we are.
Yes, Sergeant. That's my husband.
Mrs. Braden, how many years were you married?
20. Why do you ask?
Well, it just hit me as peculiar, but it may be because you're upset by your loss.
I don't understand.
The body you just identified has been here in the morgue for 3 days.
What?
Your husband's body is here to your right, on this other slab.
You should have been more careful. You could have ruined everything.
I was so frightened, Sam. I didn't know what to do. When Sergeant Landau stopped, I thought that was the body. I didn't know what he looked like.
Oh, well, I guess it was my fault. I should have described him to you. Anyway, you got away with it. They gave you the death certificate and they sent the body to the Winston Funeral Home.
He was so near to getting caught.
But luckily, you acted upset enough to save us.
We may not be so lucky the next time.
There won't be a next time. From here on, there won't be any trouble for us.
Sam, please, let's forget about the whole thing.
Are you crazy?
Oh, it's too late. We can still save ourselves. We can say you had amnesia and just turned up. They'll believe that.
And let $50,000 slip through our fingers?
But we never did anything wrong in our lives. You know we're not the kind of people to do a thing like this. The door.
All right, get hold of yourself and answer it.
How could it be?
I'll hide in the closet here.
Mrs. Braden?
Yes?
My name is Granger. I'm from the Acme Insurance Company.
Sure.
I'm here in regard to your husband's death.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I'll just be a moment. I don't want to bother you unnecessarily at a time like this, but before the company pays you the double indemnity benefits of your late husband's policy, you'll be required to sign these papers. Now, you may mail them in if you choose, or you may sign them right now, and I'll take them back to the office with me.
Well, I'll sign them now.
That's very well. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Braden.
Yes, Mr. Green.
Where will the services be held?
The Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Tomorrow?
Yes, it's 10 in the morning.
I'll be there.
You'll be there? I don't understand.
To pay my respects. You see, Mrs. Braden, I knew your husband quite well some years ago when I sold him the policy. Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. The other day I heard a fellow speak of the hour between 5 and 6 in the evening as the headache hour. Now, if you get a headache about this time or any time, I hope you'll remember Bromo Seltzer. For Bromo Seltzer is a friend in need when you've got a headache. It's true, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer not only quickly helps the pain of a headache, but it also soothes the upset stomach and the jittery nerves that may come with it. Yes, Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help that's fast and pleasant. Now, by pleasant, I mean Bromo Seltzer is pleasant to take, actually refreshing. Try Bromo Seltzer next time you get an ordinary headache. Try it on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. All drugstores carry Bromo Seltzer at their counters and fountains. For fast three-way headache help, ask for Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
You know, personally, I feel kind of sorry for that Sam Braden. The only way he can make a decent living is by being dead. Well, that's fate for you. Everything was going pretty well until that insurance guy Granger turned up and said he was going to pay his last respects to Sam. You see what happens when you fool around with death? Things go from bad to hurt. Now let's get back to our tale and the troubled Braden.
Of all people for the insurance company to send out here, it had to be Granger.
I told you we couldn't get away with it.
Well, we're not finished yet. Granger told you that you'd probably get the check from the insurance company tomorrow.
But in the meantime, you'll go to the Winston Funeral Home. You'll know that's not you in the casket.
You'll never know.
What are you doing?
Something we should have done right after Granger left here earlier this evening. Here, take this phone. I've dialed the Winston Funeral Home.
But why?
When they answer, you tell them to change your mind. There'll be no services tomorrow. You just found a paper signed by your husband in which he requested that he be cremated immediately after death.
They'll be suspicious.
I'll write the note now. That'll cover it. Haven't they answered yet?
No.
Got to get that body out of there before tomorrow morning. Still no answer?
No, not yet.
I better hang up. It must be closed for the night. If we wait until tomorrow morning, it'll be too late.
Then what'll we do?
There's only one thing to do, Helen. We're going over to the funeral home and get that body out ourselves. We'll try the back door down at the end of this alley.
We'll never get away with it. I've had the feeling all along.
Will you stop talking like that, Helen? Don't you understand it's worth any risk we take to get that $50,000?
But I told you I don't want the money.
Wait and see. When you get your hands on it, you'll feel differently. Here's the back door.
Locked, isn't it?
Well, of course. What did you expect?
There's no way we can get in.
Yes, there is. I'll break the glass panel and then reach in and turn the lock.
They might hear us.
You're just making things worse by talking that way. Besides, we looked out in front, didn't we? There's not a soul around. Yes, I'll need something to break the glass. What can I use? I know. Helen, give me your compact.
Here.
This compaction, too.
Cut yourself.
I guess I'm not much of an expert on housebreaking.
Don't you see we can't do any of this, right? Because we're not people for a thing like this.
And make ourselves that kind of people. We'll manage. We did so far. I'll have this door unlocked in a second. There. All right, come on, Helen.
Can't I wait here?
No, I need your help. Come on.
That's right.
You mustn't be. Just try to think of the money. Just try to think of all the pleasure we'll have with it.
Never enjoy it. We'll never have a happy moment again.
Please, Helen, don't say things like that. Here are the caskets. Let's see what this tag says. Sarah Adams. All right, we'll try the next one. Samuel Braden. All right, Helen, you get down at the other end and help me lift the lid.
Oh, Sam, please, I can't. I just can't.
All right, I'll do it myself. Helen, what's wrong? What is it?
There's no one in it. The coffin is empty.
But you had the body sent here from the morgue.
Yes.
And this coffin tag has my name on it. What could have happened to the corpse? Where can it be? Someone came in.
Footsteps. They're coming this way.
I can't let anybody see me, and there's no time to get out the rear way. Wait, I know where to hide.
What are you doing?
The only safe thing. I'll hide in this coffin.
What'll I say?
I don't know, but try to carry it off the best you can.
Good evening, Mrs. Braden. I had an idea I might find you here. Oh, you don't have to be afraid of me. I won't hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is Stephen Winston.
You own this place.
That's right.
We've never met. How do you know who I am?
I've made a point of knowing Mrs. Braden. As a matter of fact, I've just come from your house. I'd planned on having a talk with you about the ceremonies tomorrow. Oh, by the way, don't you know it's illegal to force your way into an establishment?
I tried to get you on the phone, Mr. Winston. There was no answer. I thought perhaps your line was out of order, so I came down. I wanted to talk to you, too.
About the ceremonies?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me how you got in here?
The rear door was open.
That's odd. I distinctly remember having bolted it. However, first I have something very interesting to show you.
Mr. Winston, what are you doing?
Lift up this coffin lid.
No, don't. I can't get there.
Well, that isn't the reason, is it, Mrs. Braden? That isn't the reason at all.
What do you mean?
You've already opened this coffin. You know there's no body in it. Isn't that the reason?
Yes.
I thought so. You probably wonder what's happened to the body that was in it. Well, I'm happy to relieve your mind of the anxiety. I have the body down in the basement, hidden.
Why did you hide my husband's body?
You can drop the act, Mrs. Braden. I know that wasn't your husband's body.
No.
Yes, of course. I once met your husband. I rarely forget a face. The police would be very interested in your game, but the police don't have to know, necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
Now, look, Mrs. Braden, I'm a businessman. The police don't have to know about this at all, providing you make it worth my while.
You want money?
Yes. $10,000 should seem to be a fair sum. I suggest, Mrs. Braden, that you get in touch with your dear departed husband and tell him my terms. 10,000 or jail for both of you.
Sam, in hours. Thought you'd never get back here to the house.
You can't lie now. I had to be careful no one saw me.
Winston knows everything. was you who took the body out of the casket.
Yes, Helen, I know. I heard from inside the coffin. He wants money.
We mustn't give it to him.
Of course not. He'd go on blackmailing us until he got every cent of the $50,000.
That's not what I mean, Sam.
It's a good thing you didn't tell him I was in that coffin.
Darling, please listen to me. I've been waiting for you to come home. I wanted you to be the one to call the police.
Call the police?
You've got to. If we make a clean breast of everything now, they may not be too hard on us.
They're not telling the police anything.
Then Winston will.
No, he won't. Winston is dead. I killed him. I buried his body where it will never be found. I had to do it, Helen. Things had gotten so that I just had to. Helen, do you have to keep standing at the window there looking at the birds down in the garden? Why don't you talk to me?
Oh, what can I do?
You can find something to say to make me feel a little better about it.
How do you feel better about killing a man?
It isn't that I wanted to do it. I had to. You've got to understand that I never had the makings of a murderer in me.
No, Sam, you didn't. Until the thought of that $50,000 made you one.
Why do you keep saying that? There's nothing I can do about it now. I can't go to the police. They'll sentence me to death. You wouldn't want that, would you?
No, Sam, I wouldn't want that.
Well, then what can I do?
I don't know.
There's one thing I know we've got to do, and that's move away from here where no one will know us. Maybe then we can start over again. Maybe then things will be all right between us.
Maybe.
Sure they will. The $50,000 will make all the difference. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
We can't take that money now.
After all I've done?
After what you've done, that's just the reason.
You're not making sense. We couldn't get anywhere without money. We'd have to get it some way. We need a lot of money to... Ellen, look. There's the mailman coming down the walk. I bet he's got the insurance company check with him now. You better go down and see.
All right.
Why did you stop, Helen? All you have to do is go down the stairs and open the door.
I've made up my mind, Sam. We're not taking the money.
But you know we need it to save ourselves.
Not that kind of money.
Now look, the mailman must have that check. That's why he's ringing the bell. It was sent registered. You have to sign for it.
I'm not going down to get it.
You are. Hurry before he goes away. Now, go on.
Don't stand. Let go of me. I'm not answering that ring.
Yes, you are. You're opening that door and signing for that letter. I have to drag you down. Helen, get out of the stairs. Helen. 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 I didn't mean it, darling. I didn't mean it. I didn't.
No, you couldn't help it. I understand. Sam.
Yes?
The money. Can't have it now. I'd have to sign the check, and I won't be able to. I'm glad about that. Wasn't meant for us. Never would have brought us up happy.
Helen. Helen. Operator, will you please get me the Merrick police? Hello? Is Sergeant Landau there? No, he won't have to call back. Message? Yes. Just tell him that Sam Braden is on his way over.
Now that's what I call a significant ending. No doubt there for whom the doorbell tolls. That Sam and Helen sure were fun with it. They handled a cold corpse like it was a hot potato. But before Sam went the way of all burnt flesh for the insurance murder, he was heard to say that honesty is the best policy. Well, anyway, now he's got a coffin to call his own.
Hey, neighbors, here's a fact I'm sure you'll agree with. To help a headache one way is good. To help it two ways is better. But to help your headache three ways is best of all. And that's exactly what Bromo Seltzer does. First, Bromo Seltzer helps the headache itself, and fast. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And that's not all, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer tastes good. You'll actually like sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. Convince yourself. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you get a headache. Remember, where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed. And of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Be ready for fast headache help at all times. Get Bromo Seltzer today at any drugstore. And remember, don't just fight a headache one or two ways.
Fight headache three ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door on tonight's Inner Sanctum, which featured Everett Sloan as Sam and Barbara Weeks as Helen. The music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. Tonight, friends, we close the creaking door for still week, while Inner Sanctum takes a short vacation. We'll be back soon, so be sure to listen for that familiar creaking door. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Motive by Evelyn Piper. Until we meet again, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, this is Jimmy Stewart with a special kind of an invitation for you. It's to hear the premiere broadcast of the Hollywood Star Playhouse on Monday, April 24th. Gloom of Night is the title. I'm going to be in it. I think you're going to enjoy this new series of plays. They'll be written by Hollywood's leading writers.
And this is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, when Bromo Seltzer will present, direct from Hollywood, that famous movie star Jimmy Stewart in an original mystery thriller entitled Gloom of Night. In this exciting story, Mr. Stewart plays a mail carrier who is also a tall storyteller. He matches wits with a murderer single-handed because no one will believe his warning. Don't miss Jimmy Stewart in Gloom of Night, brought to you next Monday night on the premiere broadcast of Hollywood Star Playhouse by
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
Rated RP to M. You're listening to an ad for PC Game Pass. Want new games on day one, like Avowed or Football Manager 25? Say nothing if you're getting excited. Thought so. Did I mention legendary franchises like Diablo? And all for one low monthly price? 3 words. We got you. Learn more at xbox.com/PC Game Pass. Some games reference coming soon. Game catalog varies by region and over time. Any questions? I'm just kidding. I can't hear you.
If someone from another country were to ask you to explain why the American economic system is the best in the world, what would you say? Well, that's a question particularly important at this time because our economic system is being attacked by other nations. Here's something most of us know, that the American economic system has brought greater material means for happiness to more people than any other the world has ever known. We've been able to outproduce every other nation and to enjoy a steadily rising standard of living. Remember that. When someone attacks the American economic system, just remind him that nowhere else in the world would he benefit so much or enjoy a greater measure of prosperity. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight, No Rest for the Dead, starring Arnold Moss.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Yes, it's your old friend, the host again, inviting you through the blood-stained portals of the creaking door, through which so many people have entered and so few returned. Well, friends, I just got back from vacation. I've had a most delirious time. Lovely. We rented a little haunted house in the country right next to a cemetery so that the little ones could play tag around the tombstone. Did you ever play golf with a couple of ghouls by moonlight? The only thing you have to be careful about is that they like to make holes in one. You get it. You're the one. And now for tonight's journey in the field. No rest for the dead. Got a stranglehold on your nerves. Remember, if you're the jumpy type, don't sit there with me. All right. Gather close, and we'll hear Gordon Wells tell us his story.
My luck was running high on the night that I went to see Bruce Craig. A raging storm kept traffic off the roads. In fact, I didn't see a single car all the way to his house. When I rang the bell, I waited for a moment. No one answered. And then I heard Bruce call. The house was empty. Apparently, the servants had gone. You see, these details were important because I knew I might have to murder Bruce.
Is that you, Gordon?
Yes,
I'm in the bedroom.
Bruce. Bruce, what are you doing in bed?
Never mind. Sit down.
I thought I heard you gasp.
Don't be so concerned about me. I'll be all right. If only this pain would go away.
Hey, you're sick. You need a doctor.
I sent for the doctor.
I'd better ring for a servant. Maybe a drink would help.
The butler's gone and the cook never showed up. But there's no one here but us, Gordon. Just as well. I'm not sure that I want anyone to overhear what I have to say. You must have guessed why I sent for you.
Oh, no, Bruce.
And I'll tell you. I've always regarded you as the closest friend I've ever had. I've given you a chance to make something of yourself, though you were nothing but a worthless gambler when I met you.
Always appreciated what you did for me, Bruce.
Yes, you showed your appreciation by stealing $10,000 from me.
What are you talking about?
I've been checking the books. I've suspected you for some time, but I couldn't believe it. Are you going to deny that you stole the money?
Have you told the police about this?
No, not yet. What did you do with the money?
I took a chance on a few things, and I lost.
You gambled it away?
Yes, it's just a matter of luck.
Your luck wasn't very good, Gordon. I'm going to phone for the police. Oh, me? No. If you think you're... Someone, don't. Gone. Help.
I think his clothes round his throat, and he started to rise from the bed. I didn't relax my hold for one instant. And then, suddenly, his eyes closed. There was a violent convulsion that tore through his body. Bruce managed to rise free for a second. And he collapsed on the floor. And next to him, there was nothing more than him. Bruce was dead. Anne, wake up. There's someone at the door. It's probably the police. Yes, I want you to do exactly as I think. They asked me where I was. You tell them that I didn't leave this house tonight.
Oh, but you did do. You went to see Bruce.
Don't be a fool. Bruce is dead.
Yes?
He's been murdered. You were asleep when I came in. I didn't want to tell you.
Gordon, did you kill?
You'll tell them I was here. You'll tell them I never left this room.
Gordon, you...
Shut up.
You can't get away with this.
It's going to be all right. My luck's good. Now, come on. Just a moment.
Oh, hello, Wells. I didn't mean to get you out of bed like this. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wells.
Good evening.
I hope I haven't frightened you.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Parrish. I didn't know what to expect.
Well, I'm sorry. I've just come from Bruce Craig's house. You live close by. I thought you should be the first one to know. Craig is dead.
When did you find out?
I got a call from his doctor an hour ago. We didn't have any relatives around here. The doctor knew I was his attorney, and he got in touch with me.
Well, this is terrible news, Parrish. It's hard to tell you what Bruce meant to you. He was more than just a friend.
Yes, I knew that when I drew up his will. He's left everything to you.
Me?
Yes, his entire estate. There's only one condition.
What's that?
Well, Bruce apparently had a brother somewhere. If this man turns up within 48 hours, he'll be the sole beneficiary.
I see.
But you don't have to worry. His brother hasn't been heard from for 20 years. He's probably dead. Well, you take care of the funeral arrangements. I'll help you if you wish.
Wait a minute. There's something I don't understand.
What?
The funeral arrangements. I thought the police would take the body.
The police?
Well, yes, in cases like this.
Oh, no. The police don't take over when a man dies in his own home. Unless, of course, it's murder.
That's what I mean.
Oh, good heavens. I guess I was so upset I forgot to tell you. Bruce Craig died of a heart attack.
Heart attack? Are you sure?
The doctor was quite certain of it. Why, what did you expect it was?
We were in the funeral parlor the next day. Everyone had gone, but Anne and myself.
God.
What's that?
Look there. That man.
Wow.
Bruce Craig.
I looked at the man who just walked.
It was Bruce. He was standing in the dim shadows. I watched him as he walked over to the open coffin. Suddenly I realized it was Bruce Craig's brother. Bruce never told me anything about him. He's apparently a twin. And you realize what this means?
You wouldn't have this thing.
Yes.
Poor Craig, it's just as
No, Anne.
What can you do?
I have to do something.
Gordon, please, let's forget the whole thing. It was just that.
My luck can't run out now. He inherits the estate. I go to jail.
What do you say?
To find out about the money that I...
What money?
Anne. Look at that. Been on a motor with you. Do as I tell you. You left me alone. You can't help me. The man stood near the coffin, looking at the body inside his lost floor. I looked at his face, and I looked at the face of my friend in the coffin. They were identical, except that one was alive, and the other had the calm repose of death.
What do you want?
Nothing. You're his brother, aren't you?
Who are you?
Gordon Wells. I was his closest friend.
Are you?
You are Dennis Craig, aren't you?
Excuse me, I'd better go.
No, wait a minute. I'm leaving too. May I go with you, please?
I'd rather go alone, but... All right, come on.
No, go this way.
Where does it lead?
To the alley. It's easier to reach your car. Will you be at the cemetery?
When is the burial?
Early tomorrow morning. The alley was dark. I can come in. The man beside me walked along quietly, but seemed wary and
suspicious, as though he could read the thoughts in my mind. It was then that I noticed some paving bricks piled on the side where they were repairing the road in the alley. I stopped. He seemed to sense what I wanted to do.
What are you up to? Nothing. Why did you come over to me before?
Well, isn't it only natural since he was your brother?
I never said he was my brother.
It's true, but let go of my arm. You're not going to get me. For a moment, I was dizzy from his blow, but in the darkness, I saw him running down the alley. Suddenly, I saw his body shooting in the air, and I heard him scream. I saw him stumble and fall. He lay still for a moment. I picked up one of the paving bricks and quickly came up to him. He was on his back, unconscious. I raised my hand. His eyes opened.
No, not Dennis Craig.
Gordon, what did you do?
Open the back door. Go on, open it.
But Gordon, what?
Gotta get his body in the car. Don't you understand? Open it. All right, I'll get going.
Where shall I drive?
Home.
What are you going to do with him?
Go around to the back of the house, Hank. It's not there. All right, go out. You may have to help me.
Help you?
You're in this as deeply as I am. Now open the door for me. I'm carrying him out. When the lights open, follow me.
But Gordon, how do you expect to get rid of him?
You know the abandoned dry well.
Yes?
No one will ever find him there. No one will ever know. All right, here we go. Stand aside. Lift the cover. Turn around if you don't want to see. I'll replace the cover. One of these days I'll seal it up. And
Gordon, you'll never get away with it. Never.
be a fool. Let's see, everything's going my way. He even tripped in the alley when he got away from me and not a soul saw us. Nobody knows about it but you.
But why did you have to kill him? Why? You got away with it once. Why weren't you grateful? Why did you have to do this?
If you're stuck, you're losing your head. Stop it. Nothing. Couldn't have. He's dead. There's an animal in the woods. Everything went perfectly. I knew it would. Nothing can go wrong when you have a run of luck, the way I did. I inherited Bruce Craig's estate. I took over the business. I was wealthier than I'd ever been. I think I could have even been happy if it wasn't for Anne. You see, I could forget, but she couldn't. And one night, about 8 weeks after Bruce Craig died, we were at home together.
Gordon,
Yes?
can't we go out tonight?
And there's a storm.
Yes, I know that it's so. But it's only a few minutes in this house. We can see a movie. Anything would be better than staying here.
And what's the matter with you?
I can't stay in this house anymore. We haven't been out of it for one night since Bruce Craig died. We haven't been out because we're afraid. Afraid to leave. We're afraid someone might discover what's in that abandoned room. And you're afraid of me. Because I'm the only one who knows that you're a murderer.
You'd better be quiet.
You hate the very sound of it. Well, you are a murderer. Murderer.
And I... Who's that?
I don't know. But whoever it is, I don't think I can take another night alone. I'll answer. Just a moment. Good evening, I did.
And what is it? What's the matter? Well, go on, speak. I'll open the door.
No, don't let him in.
Who?
Bruce Craig.
You're out of your mind.
He was standing there. He wanted to come
Get
in.
me to the door.
No, don't.
There's no one there. There's no one, no car or anything.
gone away. He'll be back, I know he will.
Anderson. He won't be back. You're imagining things.
No, Gordon, enough. He was as real as you are. Then why shouldn't he come back? It was on and off like this with you children.
Bruce Craig is dead. He's been buried.
Then it might have been his brother, his twin, then.
It couldn't be. Do you understand what I'm saying? It couldn't be. Anne, come with me.
Where are you going to take me?
You'll see in a moment. Just come with me to the garage.
Garage?
I want to get a pic. Your flashlight.
No, Gordon, no, don't.
And we're only going to the abandoned well.
Where?
Yes. Something I want to show you.
No, I don't want to see.
You'd better come with me, Anne. This is very important. Perhaps a matter of life or death. There. I've finally broken through the concrete. In a moment, I'll remove the cover.
Gordon, why are you doing this?
You may not realize it, but I'm doing it for your sake. No. Now have it, flashlight.
It's here.
Just as I thought. And look down there. Look down the well.
No.
You must. I want you to see the body. I want you to prove to yourself that this man is dead. Come here.
No, let go of me.
Look. Go on, look down there.
Oh.
Now will you believe that he's dead?
Here.
Good evening, Mrs. Wells.
Who are you?
I just wanted to speak to you.
But who are you? Why do you keep that scarf over your face?
We'll find out presently. Where is your husband?
He's downstairs in the cellar.
Does he still think you're losing your mind, Mrs. Wells?
What are you talking about?
He hasn't accused you of having any hallucinations in the last 2 weeks. Looking into the well seems to have helped you a great deal.
What do you know?
Don't you realize who I am now?
No.
Perhaps if I remove the scarf, you'll recognize me.
Craig.
Good night, Mrs. Wells.
Gordon! Gordon! Gordon, come here!
What happened, Annie?
I just saw.
What did you see?
Gordon, I know what's been in your mind. I know what you've been planning. That's why I'm afraid to tell you this.
What are you afraid to tell me?
I saw him again.
Bruce Craig.
Bruce Craig or his brother, I don't know which one. But he was standing as close to me as you are now.
Was he?
And he spoke to me. I know I risked my life by telling you this, but I can't help it. I must make you understand. Something strange is happening, something you must believe. You do believe me, don't you, Gordon? I'm not losing my mind. You can trust me. I won't give your secret away. I only told you this because I wanted to help you. Gordon. Gordon, what are you going to do this morning?
I've just decided what to do.
No, you what? You can't kill me like you killed the others. You can't. I've been loyal. I've been faithful. You can't murder me.
Murder you? All I want to do is take you away on a trip.
Trip?
Yes. Back to Canada. Your hometown. You can see your old friends, take a long rest, regain your health. You said you're not here alone. You would look that
Good. It's wonderful to get rid of it. Hello? Oh, yes, Janet. I'm so glad you called back. Well, Gordon and I are leaving tomorrow. No, I won't have a chance with you. We're going by car early in the morning. Yes, I know.
I held the knife behind my back as I approached Anne. The way she looked that night made the task I'd set for myself even more difficult. She'd been as happy as a child ever since I told her we were going away, and now she turned to me, a radiant smile on her face. Yeah, she looked lovelier than I'd ever seen her before.
That was Janet. She sends her regards.
Have you told the people in town we're going away?
Yes, I have. And I paid the grocer and the milk company, everyone. You see, I checked them off on my list. I know that's very efficient.
Oh, yes, yes.
Gordon, I don't think you really understand it. We're both doing things away from here with anything. Maybe we'll even live. Gordon, but at night.
Yes.
But Gordon, I thought.
I know what you thought.
You mean the trip was just part of your plan?
I'm sorry, Anne, I don't want to do this, but I must.
But why? Why, I'd never give you away. I haven't betrayed you even in the slightest way, have I? Why, no, the knife! Good.
First thrust killed. When she fell to the floor, I made certain she was dead. The rest was all planned. You see, I didn't want to murder Anne. I was forced to. In order to protect my own life, she would have given me away without realizing it, because I was convinced that her mind was gone. I stooped to pick her up. Just then I heard something at the door. For a moment, I felt paralyzed. I looked at my watch. It was almost midnight. Who could it be? Quickly, I put her body behind a couch. Then I put a chair over the bloodstain on the floor. I hid the knife. And then I went to the door.
Hello, Will.
Craig.
Yes.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Just as your wife told you, Wells. You're not imagining.
But you're
wondering just who I am?
Yes.
I'm Dennis Craig.
But that's impossible.
Is it? If you don't mind, there's a phone call on this night.
Phone call?
Yes. Hello, operator. Call the police immediately. Tell them to come to the home of Gordon Wells on Glendale Lane. Tell them that Mr. Wells has just murdered his wife.
Craig, how did you...
How did I get here?
Yes.
How do you think?
I don't know. You were dead.
Was I?
I killed you. I saw your body. Oh, well.
You did.
What? How did you come back?
That's something I'm going to let you wonder about during those last few hours before they electrocute you.
Why did you come here?
To show you that your wife wasn't lying. Nor was she insane.
You're alive.
I wouldn't try to get that knife.
You got a gun.
Yeah. I think you'd still prefer to take a chance with the police rather than risk certain death from one of my bullets. You overplayed your hand.
What makes you think so?
You didn't have to murder me. You would have collected every penny my brother left without killing me. I could never have claimed a thing from my brother's will. I happen to be an escaped convict. If the police ever found me, I'd go to prison for something like 30 years.
And I really didn't have to.
No, as I said, you didn't have to do a thing. I would have walked out of that funeral parlor and you would never have seen me again as long as you lived. For a man who believes in luck, that's very funny, isn't it?
Funny.
And so now, here we are. You'll have to go to the chair for murdering your wife. I guess you'd call that tough luck, wouldn't you?
Oh, this can't be real. When I looked down in that well, when I forced Anne to look down, we both saw you. We both saw your face. You were dead.
There are the police. I'll have to go.
I'm going with you. I'm not going to let them find me here.
I'm afraid you're wrong about that.
No, don't play.
You won't be able to get away now, Wells. Not with that leg.
Why did you do this?
Because you're a murderer at heart, Wells. You had it coming. I think your luck's run out.
He was right. My luck had run out. At the trial, I tried to tell them my wife was murdered by the same man who came into the house and shot me, but no one believed. I still don't know whether Dennis Craig was alive or dead. Perhaps he was alive when I put him in the abandoned well, and then he could have escaped and dug up his brother's body and substituted it for his own. Sure, that's the only way he could have done it. But then again, perhaps he did return from the dead. I'll never know. I guess this should teach Gordon not to believe in luck. Which brings us right to the moral of our story, which I found inscribed in blood on an old lace doily. It reads, "Never slaughter your wife while she's cooking dinner. It's liable to ruin your meal." And remember, if a couple of homicidal maniacs come into your room in the middle of the night to murder you, don't be scared, Dad. Do what I do. Say nut and bold.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Milton Lewis and starred Arnold Moss in the role of Gordon. Charlotte Holland played Anne, and Everett Sloan played Dennis. Music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Woman Under the Mountain by Roman McDougall. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Well, friends, it's time to close that creaking door. Till next week at the same time, when we'll be back with more spooks and shudders. Next week's Distress, The Baited Corpse, is about a taxi driver who finds a fortune and promptly loses his mind over it. An obliging fellow, our Hackey never shies away from any undertaking. Come ride along. Next week, until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for the original Amateur Hour as Ted Mack starts tomorrow's talent off on the Royal Highway to fame and fortune. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
Another hair-raising drama on Inner Sanctum in just 40 seconds. Stay tuned. There's a special kind of enjoyment in facing our problems when they're presented interestingly and dramatically. This accounts for the success of ABC's daytime series, Modern Romances, which approaches everyday problems with an open mind. Modern, that's the keynote of these dramatizations. These are the problems that beset human beings every day, every year. And they are the fascinating themes of Modern Romances, presented every weekday from the pages of Modern Romances magazine. Join us, won't you, tomorrow morning for another Modern Romances on ABC. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight, Twice Dead, starring Larry Haynes. Good evening,
Friends of the creaking door, this is your host to welcome you again into the inner sanctum. Come in. Come on in, please. And will you excuse me while I scrape the mud off my hands? Got them dirty in the cemetery, digging up a plot for them. But that's something that we'll all go into sooner or later. A plot. Oh, by the way, before we start, I'd like to reassure you, if you suddenly find yourself spinning like a wheel, don't be alarmed. It's because you've got spooks all around you. Oh, and please be considerate, folks. If you find yourself going to pieces, pull yourself together. Remember, I have to sweep up afterwards. On the northern coast of Maine is the High Point Range, a high point from which was a sheer drop of several hundred feet to the rock-churned surf below. Centuries of seas have shaped three tall, spire-like rocks into needle-sharp points which look from the sea like the spires of an ancient Gothic cathedral. The cliff is called Cathedral Rock, and here some weeks ago, David Morgan, brief tortured, tugged his wife's impaled body off the bloody point of the tallest spire. There are those in the village who say that David Morgan's mind is broken because he insists Carol will come back to live with him.
I'll be finished in a moment, sir. I told Morrison in the village you was carving Carol's tombstone yourself. There. Mm-hmm. Great, too. Here lies Carol Morgan, wife of David Morgan, born July 14th, 1912. Died horribly on Cathedral Rock, August 12th, 1950. Still don't see why you put that in.
Why not? She did die horribly, didn't she? But that spike of rock coming out of a bank like a speared salmon.
Time you forgot those things, David. Time you forgot other things, too.
What other things?
There's no secret about you thinking Carol's coming back from the dead.
Oh, I don't mean it to be a secret. That there are forces all around us, dead and living, that we don't understand. I feel Carol in his wounds. I smell her perfume. I hear her voice in the wind when I'm at a grave on the cliff.
That's only natural sound. You're grieving.
In a little while, Carol will be back. You're going to help me get this stone to a grave. Get a lantern and come on.
Well, hold the lantern closer.
It's a decent enough stone.
Folks in the village been saying things about you.
Oh, like what?
The man acting like you do is a guilty conscience.
And what do you think, Seth?
Me, I don't believe such things. Any more than I believe the dead can return. Come on back to the house.
No. I want to stay here a while.
David, you've got
I want to stay here a while.
Yeah. Torture yourself like you do. Every night come dark. Go ahead. You'll meet Carol again. And I bury you next to her. Up here.
Now leave me alone. Let me be. Oh, Carol. Come back. Tell me you forgive me.
Hello.
What?
You're sad. I can tell I'm sad too. Can you help me?
You come back. Carol, you come.
Why do you call me Carol?
Who are you?
I don't know.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for my cat. A black cat with white feet and a white spot under the neck.
Why did you come here?
I don't know. I just got on the bus at Portsmouth, and then I thought of my cat, and I had the bus stop, and I came toward the sea.
You better come back to the house with me.
Oh, but I can't.
Now, come along. I'll find you again.
Have you seen him?
No. There's been no cat around here. Not for several weeks.
Why did you call me Carol?
I was waiting for someone. Someone named Carol. Want some more coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. I feel better now. You've been very nice. People haven't been nice. They look at you strangely.
Well, might be your clothes. They torn.
No, it's more than that. I've looked in mirrors. My eyes don't look like other women's eyes look. Will you help me, please? I must be somebody.
Sure. I'll help you. I'll get Doc Suthers up here, and he'll be able.
It's me. Oh, see, I told you. Come here, Minnie. Come here, baby.
What did you call that kid?
Minnie, of course. Why? Why are you looking at me like that?
That cat belonged to my wife. It hasn't been in this house since the day she died. And the cat's name is Minnie.
Oh, then it must be that I belong here. This must be my home.
The devil's got hold of you, David. I don't know you anymore. I don't trust you.
Why not? What harm do you think I can do, or what?
I've known you since you were a boy. Long years. I come back here to stay with you when Carol died, to help. But you're beyond help. You're mad. Because you're thinking Carol has come back to you, living in this woman's body.
And who's to say that couldn't happen? You?
I'm a God-fearing man, David. And such a thing would be the devil's work. I'll have none.
If Carol can't come back to me in any way, that's what I want. Even if she made a pact with the devil himself.
The girls, bring a flashlight. Come on.
Open up. It's David Morgan.
It's the chair. The rocking chair by the window.
Carol's chair.
What about it?
It rocked by itself.
It must have been the wind.
Oh, the window's closed. Was that all you saw?
It was all I saw. But there was something I felt.
Like what?
The chair stopped rocking. And so someone had gotten up from it, and then the floor between the chair and the bed creaked. And a moment later, the bed frame sat beside me as though someone sat there.
But you saw nothing.
I only heard a sigh. A tired sigh.
Take my mind upset. You had a dream, that's all. Your mind's upset. Tomorrow I'll try to find out who you are. If it's not too late.
Has the morning brought you to your right senses?
Depends on what you call right sense.
I mean about the girl. Where is she? I don't know. I haven't seen her this morning.
Where did Carol used to be this time of the morning?
A little after 8? She'd have been in the hothouse looking for flowers. Why?
Good morning. Oh, look at these wonderful flowers.
Hush.
Do you mind that I pick some for the table?
You could pick as many flowers as...
Oh, what are you staring at me for?
Dress. Where'd you get it?
Oh, I found it in a closet. Mine was so torn I had to do something. Do you mind?
Oh, no. And your hair is different, too.
I feel better with it up. Does it look right?
Exactly right.
You finished eating.
Oh, yes. I've got to go. I'm going out for haddock today.
I won't be seeing you again.
Why not?
Because I have to go. I must find out who I am.
I mean to do just that tonight.
What will I do till then?
Nothing. Just wait. I'm driving Seth to the village. You'll be quiet and alone.
Just rest.
But I'm afraid of being alone.
You won't be alone.
Oh, shut up. I fed you this noon, didn't I? Oh, who's there?
It's me. Is that you, Carol?
You scared me. Who are you?
I guess you're not Carol, are you?
I guess not.
Have you seen her?
No, I understand Carol is dead.
That's what everybody says, but I don't believe it. I come here whenever David leaves, and I look for her.
What was Carol to you, I mean?
My sister.
What makes you think she's still alive? Have you seen her?
No, but David hasn't changed a thing in this house since he hid her. You see? There. And over there. Everything. Just like she left it. Her apron's hanging on the door. You see?
But maybe he left.
Yeah. And I found something in the cellar. Something very important.
What?
A skeleton. And I found a box with lots of money. It's fun looking from here. Come with me and I'll show you what I found.
No.
You come with me. Don't make me mad. You can help me look for her.
I'll look upstairs.
No. I want you to come with me in the cellar. You must make me mad.
What?
Don't be scared. It's me. Bad.
Where is it?
I took you to the cellar. We've got to find Carol. I'm sorry I hit you. You made me mad.
What are you going to do? Why did you take me here? Carol is dead.
No, she ain't. She's here somewhere. Besides, I promised I'd show you the room below the cellar. With the skeleton and the box of money in it. Don't you remember?
Help me.
You see? I've lifted the door. It's heavy. It's stone. But I'm strong.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I'll hold the lantern over the oak. See? There's the ladder.
Get the box. I want to see it.
All right. Wait here and hold the lantern so I can see. Hold the lantern higher. I can't see. Hold the lantern higher. Let me out.
What are you crying about?
A man was here.
Who?
Carol's brother.
Ken?
Yes, he was horrible. Why didn't you tell me about him?
It isn't important.
Yes. He could have killed me. You told me everything else about Carol. You should have told me that.
Never mind that. You just do what I told you. As soon as David gets in that crazy mind of his, that Carol's spirit's coming back in you, you'll have no secrets from him. We'll know where he keeps that box of money.
I don't want to do it. I'm through.
No, he ain't. I took good care of that. It's the trouble of finding out some things about you in Hollywood.
I don't care what you find out. I don't care if you are my uncle. The money you've been sending me since Mother died is something you promised her you'd do.
Yep. Now you're going to help me get it back. All of it. Not small for both of us. You're going to make success out there as an actress, don't you? It takes money, don't it?
Lots of...
Well, David and Carol had over 100,000 put aside in that box.
find it? My first professional look. An amnesia case. For half what's in a tin box.
Easy. You might as well not tell you tonight.
No. I'm through.
What's ailing you anyhow?
Just thinking that Carol's still alive, or that her ghosts around me.
Oh, bosh. Saw her buried myself and don't believe in ghosts. You've been studying it too much, that's what.
Maybe. Uncle Seth,
What is it?
how long can a man live in a small sealed room without air?
Hello, sir. Where's the woman?
Upstairs, I reckon, David. How was the fishing?
Bad. Maybe half a ton, mostly scrod. What's the girl been doing?
Just walking around, I guess.
She seemed happy. Or was she restless? Did she leave to see anybody as such?
Seems happy. Too happy.
What's that?
What's what?
Is it the pounding right?
Yes, sir. What do you do? In the cellar scene.
I was going down to have a look. Might be a beam slipping.
David!
Oh, hello.
I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you very seriously, I do.
All right. I think the time's come to talk. You feel like it?
But not here, please. I want to walk along the block.
The last time I walked this way toward the rock was with Carol. She died horribly. Nobody saw us. We were alone. Was that frightening?
No. I know the story and I feel very sad about it. That's why I wanted to talk to you before it's too late. Before we do anything about finding out who I am. I don't want to go back to any other life.
Why not?
I never was so happy to be with anyone as I am here with you.
Don't move. Look down there. Over the edge. See those rocks? The pointed one.
Yes. Cathedral Rock, isn't it?
Yes. Carol was standing right where you were when she fell. It's Carol who told you to come. Us here to come looking for a cat. We didn't let you know the cat's name. Made you pick flowers in the morning like she always did.
No, wait, David, wait.
She's coming back through you.
Wait, David, I want
I
to tell you.
wanted Carol because I loved her. But I've been afraid because I murdered Carol.
You murdered her?
We quarreled. I said she was standing just as you are. Right there.
Oh,
What's the matter?
David, my back? Oh, help me. My back? Something is stabbing me. Stabbing me. Help. Oh,
I'm going down to the village for the doctor's sake.
don't want the doctor. Please, feeling better.
No, you stay quiet. I'm going. Seth will look after you. I can get the doc fast if I go.
All right. You stop the acting now. What happened?
He was telling me that he murdered Carol. I had pain. Terrible pain in my chest and back. Wasn't it?
Murdered Carol? That's crazy. You had an argument with her. She got mad and started to run back to the house. Tripped and went over the cliff. Everybody knows that. He feels guilty, that's all.
Say that?
Probably didn't get a chance. Did you find out anything about the box of money?
Yes, I know where it is.
Where?
The box is in the sub-cellar.
I thought of that. I'll go down now and... Hey, there's something in the cellar. That have something to do with the box?
Yes, I had to, Uncle Seth. Then he scared me and I closed the door and I bolted it on him.
Fool.
Well, I had to.
Things.
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to do this, but I've got to now.
I'm going with you.
No, Alice. You need to have all the money. You'll stay
No!
silent. See to that. And Dead right. There's set the box. 100,000 of that.
Oh, you little
Stay
dog.
for 40 years with a Morgan.
I'm just letting you use me here. I mean, you know.
That isn't 100,000.
Hello, Steph.
Hey.
You might as well bring the box up with me. I wanted to get it myself.
Alice, I hit you. You were unconscious.
You killed her. You killed my brother as well. Come on up and be careful. I know how to use David's gun.
Alice, I didn't mean to leave you there. I was
Come up with the box. Or would you rather I kick the door closed on you?
Alice, don't be a fool. Let's get away first. Then I'll explain.
Why do you call me out? Like your niece in California. I'm Carol.
Carol's dead. Alice, you're out of your mind. Carol is dead.
Is Carol really dead? Do I look sick? Does this gun look like a ghost or movie?
I can prove it. But we've got to hurry.
Prove I'm dead, how?
Come to the top of the cliffs with me. I'll show you Carol's grave. There. Look. You can see, can't you? There's the grave, weeks old.
It's a trick. You did this to trick me. I am Carol.
Look at the tombstone and read it. Here lies Carol Morgan. Wife of David Morgan.
I don't believe. Where's David?
He's gone to the village to get a doctor for you. You're my niece Alice, and we've got his money box. Now come with me before it's too late.
No, I don't believe you. It's a trick. David!
Alice, get away from those rocks.
You won't get it box. And you won't trick me with lies. David will take care of that when he comes.
Give me that box.
Don't come another step, sis, or I'll kill you for sure.
You wouldn't dare. You know good and well you killed Carol's brother. You won't dare shoot. Give me that box. There she is, Doc, on the cliff. You see her?
Now, take it easy, son. I'm not a young man. You run on to her. I'll catch her.
All right, but hurry. Carol! Carol, get away from there. Carol, get back on the path.
I thought you'd never come. Dad, he's driving.
Never mind that. Get away from the cliff. You're too close to the edge.
Oh, my back. Oh, David, that pain again.
Carol! Doctor, hurry. She's going to faint again.
David!
Carol, look out. You'll fall. Carol, you'll fall off the cliff.
Dead. Carol's dead again. And pierced by the same rock. It was an accident, son. From what you tell me, she had a seizure. Pleurisy pain. Very painful and controlling. I said it was the pain of remembering how the rock felt when she fell. I wish I knew what happened here with Seth. She must have shot him just before we come. Oh, I can answer that easy. Carol always mistrusted Seth. She knew he was biding his time to steal her money. Probably followed him here with the gun after he took it from him. Where's the money? In that box? No. That's what I don't understand. She must have forgotten about the stage. How do you mean? You know her brother Dan. Kind of simple in the head. She was always playing games with him. He was a kid. Yeah. Once she gave him the box and filled it with paper money so he could hide it around the house and make believe finding buried treasure. Doesn't that prove the poor girl below couldn't be Carol? She would have known there was no money in it.
disprove that visit. I searched the whole house for that box after she fell first time. Never found it. Last I talked with Van, he couldn't find it. Would anybody besides Carol know where it was hid?
Well, all right, have it your way. I'll leave you be for a spell, and I'll send the sheriff and help from the village. I've been a doctor too long to say what's dead can't live again. One way or another. Poor David. Imagine a sailing man losing both his first and second mate. Oh, well, so he winds up with a -2 as the net. You know, one thing about it, when David buries Alice, he'll have less work. Just knock some new chips off the old block. Well, I got a moral for you folks who like to go sailing. Next time you're on a boat, remember this. Trim the sails and not the sailors. Or you could wind up the salt, the earth. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Fred Matho and starred Larry Haynes in the role of David. Hamzy Strickland played Alice, and music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Poor Prisoner's Defense by Richard Sheldon. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown. Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with another weird tale. For next week's scare, Skeleton in the Sun, is the short, frightful tale of a beach bum who tries to convert a hot corpse into cold cash. Where romance takes a turn for the worse when he loses his mind over a girl who's already lost her. You'll help more if that's next one. Until then, dying, pleasant dreams. Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for Henry J. Taylor and his up-to-the-minute commentary on Your Land and Mine. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
The makers of Mars Coconut Bar and all those other good Mars candy bars invite you through the creaking door for another thrilling Inner Sanctum Mystery. Tonight, The Smile of Death, starring Larry Haynes. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Say, are you busy? We are. Yes, sir. It's been a week of corpse-packed, always say die, frenzied activities. It even had our zombies complaining about their blood pressure. To make our horror complete, some enterprising creep even scheduled a revival meeting. But the project somehow never got off the ground. I guess that's because some people just don't revive. Hmm. Yes, there's thrilling mystery waiting in the inner sanctum. But first, this is Alan Z. Anthony making up a little mystery about another thriller. It's something delicious, refreshing, and deeply satisfying. It starts out way up in a tall tree, bathed in sunshine and ocean breezes. Know what it is? Well, here's another clue. When it's freshly shredded, it's snowy white, juicy rich, delicious. Yes, you guessed it, coconut. And when it's in a Mars coconut bar, it's always the finest Philippine coconut, the very best. Yes, that's the answer, the perfect answer to your crave for coconut, all wrapped up thick in deep, dark chocolate. The Mars Coconut Bar, a new taste thrill. And it's still a mystery how any candy bar can taste that good. And now, for tonight's proof that some men diligently build their own gallows. Our builder and candidate for extinction is Archie Davis, a young man with a blind spot that he couldn't quite erase without erasing himself. Our workshop is the Pageant Hotel, an ancient ramshackle hotel where even death can sleep the night for $1.50, payable in advance. Payable to Archie Davis, nightroom clerk. On a job like mine, your world gets as small and shabby as a wallpapered lobby. You wait and check in the characters and creeps. You wait and you watch. And then the desk bell rings bingo one night. An old man's come calling, stiff in the knees and gray in the face like a walking corpse. But elegant. The aristocrat on the wrong side of town.
I want a room for the night.
Okay, sign here. Reuben Small, is it?
Yes, Reuben Small.
That'll be $1.50, payable in advance.
$1.50. Here you are.
Room 313. Here's your key.
Young man.
What?
Do you have a hotel safe?
Young?
This portfolio, I'd like to check it. It has some value.
Okay, I'll lock it up.
A receipt, please.
Receipt? Oh, sure. A receipt. There you are. Oh, the staircase is over there, room 313. There's two up, then left or down the end of the hall.
You have no elevator?
That's been out of order 3 years now. Climb too tough?
Yes, I'm not well. My heart.
Oh. Well, try it one step at a time and rest on the ladder.
Yes, I suppose. Can I summon you from my room?
The sign behind me reads no room service.
But in an emergency, if it's a matter of distress?
Buzz the switchboard. It's an emergency like that. A cardiac in room 313. And a portfolio to be locked up in the safe. A gold-tooled leather portfolio that makes your fingers do a nervous dance. You sneak a look, and your girl sneaks it back in.
Archie, you shouldn't.
Shut up.
Archie, look.
Yeah. I've blown a fuse myself. Count that, baby.
Archie, no.
What? It's fun. There's no law against only counting other people's money.
I can't count it. That much money frightens me.
It's indecent. I count 20,000, baby.
So much in cash?
Lush green cash.
Put it in the safe.
You can't lock a dream up, baby.
Oh, Archie, stop staring at it. Stop torturing yourself.
Torch? Baby, I'm on a golden horse riding in the sky, so where's the torch?
Put it out of your mind.
To do that, I'd have to go out of my mind.
You mean to steal it?
An old guy signed in to die in room 313 so I could be rich.
That old guy's time.
Reuben Small. The funniest name ever invented. In the morning, there'll be a corpse in room 313 named Reuben Small.
Why are you so sure he's going to die?
I know. Because my luck's been long overdue.
Archie. Not murder.
Not murder. He's gonna die his own way, Irene.
His own way?
See that red button flashing on the switchboard? It's room 313. It's an emergency. It's death buzzing me to say room 313 is checking out. It was death calling from room 313. I could see it standing over the old iron gate, putting the final touch on a man with hardly enough breath left to say goodbye.
Hey, young man.
Yeah?
Come closer.
I can't.
Please, I'm dying.
You're dead.
There are things to tell you.
I want to hear. I know all I want to know. You're alias Reuben Small. You're something that crept in out of the night with a gray mustache and a cane. $1.50. You just about had enough to pay for a deathbed.
My portfolio?
I never saw it. You left it in the cab. You dropped it down a sewer. What portfolio? Mister, you must be kidding. All right, Irene, grab the portfolio and run.
I can't.
Now, you board a train for upstate. Rosedale, where your grandmother.
No.
You're visiting your grandmother until it's okay for me to join you. Until I know what goes here at the hotel. And you guard that portfolio with your life. It's our whole future. It's wedding bells and a terry cloth robe of Bermuda. It's people calling me sir while I laugh out loud in their faces.
You lost your conscience.
Lose yours. It's one luxury we can never again afford. Even with 20 grand. Now start running. Irene obeyed. And now the night drags. A second at a time. A minute at a time. And the longest night of your life. You wait for the morning discovery of a corpse in 313. You wait. And the fog in your mind gets heavier. Your nerve begins to go and you begin to imagine things. You see a red button flashing on the switchboard. Flashing from room 313. From room 313. A corpse in 313 is calling for room service. In room 313, back for a second look at death. Back to see how a dead man could call the switchboard.
It took a long time coming.
What?
I said you took a long time coming.
Oh, well, I was away from the desk. How did you get in here, lady?
Through the lobby and up the stairs. As you say, you were away from your desk.
Oh. What's funny?
You. The way you crept in here with your face white and your knees trembling. Did you really think a corpse was telephoning for room service?
A corpse?
Don't pretend now. Your face and behavior betray you. You knew my husband was dead when I rang for room service.
He was your husband?
June and December, don't say it. He was Martin Bruce, I'm Jessica Bruce, and your name is...
Archie Davis.
Why didn't you report my husband's death at once? I see, you're not going to incriminate yourself.
What does that mean?
The valuables my husband left for safekeeping, were you hoping to keep them?
He didn't leave any valuables for safekeeping.
No. It's your good fortune that I went through my late husband's pockets before the police did.
Why is it my good fortune?
It is? A receipt issued by you for a portfolio my husband checked.
Okay. I'll get back the portfolio, but I can't right away.
I didn't ask for it back right away or ever.
No?
I'm glad you stole it. It gives us a common purpose.
What common purpose?
Profit, Archie. Your profit and my profit. His death can be worth $200,000 to his widow.
Oh, is that what's to be our common purpose?
Yes. That's how you keep the $20,000.
Give me details.
His insurance policy has a double indemnity clause. Provides against accidental death in any manner, shape, or form.
Yeah, but a bum heart killed him in bed.
No. No, his car skidded and crashed through a guardrail. He died of drowning at the bottom of a river.
You expect to stage it like that?
I expect you to stage it like that. He registered here under an assumed name?
Reuben Small.
Nobody knows Martin Bruce stayed here, died here. He met his death just as I described it.
You want me to do a lot for $20,000?
Oh, Martin's dead anyhow. You just changed the story of his death. How can you move? My way.
Where's his car?
Around the corner. I followed him here to the hotel in it. Lift him up, Archie.
Yeah. All right. Jessica. Look at his face.
So?
The grin.
That's the way his mouth went.
No, he wasn't grinning when I found him before.
Oh, Archie, don't be an hysterical fool.
He didn't die with that grin. There was pain in his face. The agony of a man whose heart blew out. I saw
I'm
it.
not saying it's other nonsense. A dead man...
But you believe it. He's changed expression since we met in this room, you and me. Since listening to our scheme. He's grinning now. As if he knows the joke's gonna be on us.
Now, friends, this is your host with a personal suggestion. For you, if you're the right person. And you are if you like coconut. And particularly the right person if you're particular about the quality of coconut.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
You got all that straight? And leave right away. Where's the envelope, Mary?
Here. Why'd you want it?
Because I don't know what's going to happen to me now. I've got some bonds here and my will. It ain't much, but I want to take care of you. By now the cops must have orders to shoot to kill.
Oh.
Yeah, this won't take a minute, just a few signatures.
But how are you going to get out of it, George?
I'll find this guy, Franz Curley.
Can't you explain to the cops?
Do you think they'll buy a story like mine?
I don't know.
Here, take these bonds and keep them in a safe place. They're as good as cash now.
But how are you going to find Curley?
I don't know. But you can find a man if you want to. What's that?
Well, Clifton just got out of the window.
Clifton?
Yeah, from the newspaper. George, when did you have that breakdown?
In the spring of 1940. The year before I married you. Why?
You never did tell me much about that.
Well, there wasn't much to tell. Why are you asking me about it now?
Because this clipping is dated 1940, May 7th.
So what?
What's the name of this guy you picked up at the cemetery?
Franz Kiraly.
Oh,
What's the matter?
listen to this. Services were held for the late Franz Kiraly, who was buried in Wolfsbane Cemetery this morning. The deceased was killed in an automobile accident 2 days ago.
Understand, Clippy.
Here?
Wolfbane. Yeah, now I know. I was always so scared of that place.
What are you talking about?
It's funny, the tricks your mind can play. Do you know why I clipped this out of the newspaper?
No.
It happened just before my breakdown. I hit a guy's car. The car broke into flames. The guy was killed. I was so scared of the whole thing, I never told the cops. That's why I had the breakdown.
But what about the guy?
Franz Kiraly. It's the same name. Could it be the same guy?
Sure. Could be the same guy who came out of his grave.
The clipping gave me one tip. It had the name of Franz Kiraly's brother. It wasn't easy, but by the next night I found out where the guy lived. I wasn't taking any chances now. I had a gun. When I got to the house, I heard a kind of queer music. Somebody was playing the piano. I tried the door. It was open. Who's there? Who came in? Don't get up to the piano. Oh, a gun. You were alone? Yes. Your name is Istvan Kiraly? Yes. You have a brother named Franz? Franz? Yes. Where is he? Franz died 10 years ago in an auto accident. He didn't die. I want to know where he is. I don't know what you're talking about or what you are after. I am a sick man with a bad heart. You can go through this house, take anything you want. I didn't come here to rob you. I just want to know where your brother is. I told you he died. He couldn't have died. Who are you? Take a look at this evening newspaper. Police search for homicidal truck driver who killed Eleonora Imre. Your brother killed that woman. That's why I've got to find him. From? Killed Eleonora? You know who she is? She was the girl he was going to marry. What else do you know about her? She was not true to him. Franz found out. Go on. He was going to kill her on the night he was burned to death. I talked to him. I tried to stop him, but he went out. And now, 10 years later, she's murdered. What kind of a story are you handing me? It's the truth. Why should I lie to you? I wouldn't know. Have you heard anything from your brother? How could I hear from him? He's dead. You have a picture of him? There, on the piano. Yeah, that's him. Wait a minute. There's something in this picture. Your brother had a finger missing on his right hand. Yes, it happened a long time ago in Hungary. He cut his finger on his side. Now listen, was it really your brother who was buried in Wolfbane Cemetery? Yes. He was burned to death. Who identified the body? I did. You sure you didn't make a mistake? I'm quite certain. Lord, leave me alone. I'm straight. Okay. You can go back to your piano. The stores hadn't closed yet, so I bought a pick and a shovel, threw them in a car I rented, and drove out to the cemetery. It took a little time to find the grave. There was a half moon and a cloudy sky, and I began to dig. It was hard work and tough going, but soon I hit wood. I grabbed the pick and crashed it through the rough wood. If I could show that this wasn't Franz Kiraly, that there was no finger missing, I could go to the police and prove that this guy who was supposed to have been dead for 10 years was still alive. I struck a match and looked. One of the fingers was missing. The third one of the right hand. The same one that was missing in the picture. And then I heard it.
The limping footsteps of a man who had been dead for 10 years. For a moment, my heart seemed to fill my chest, beating there like a big bass drum. And suddenly I knew what to do. I yanked the gun out of my pocket, swung around. I saw him there, outlined in the yellow moonlight. I fired. Don't move. You understand? Don't even try to move. My chest. You've been wounded. It ain't too bad. Where are you taking me? To a hospital. I won't make it. You'll make it. You've got to. I must prove you killed that Dane. Was it an accident that I picked you up in the cemetery last night? No, it wasn't an accident. I knew you drove a truck past the cemetery 3 times a week. Why'd you frame me? Because you had a breakdown. You were the right person to frame. Because I wanted to get even. Get even for what? An accident 10 years ago. Then you weren't killed? No. What about the body in the grave? His name was Lane. Richard Lane. He was in the car with me 10 years ago. He got too far with Eleanor. I was taking him out to the cemetery for a showdown when your truck sideswiped us. Was he killed? No. He was pinned behind the wheel, unconscious. I was thrown clear of the car. I saw my opportunity. I left certain things that could identify me. What about the finger? I took care of that while it was out cold. Then you set fire to the car? Yes. Why? I was in trouble with the police. They wouldn't look for a man who was dead. I knew it would all make sense. And you came back 10 years later to kill this dame who cheated on you. But why'd you drag me in? Why'd you pick on me? You noticed my leg? Yeah? You did that to me. The accident 10 years ago. You were getting even? I always settle up my debts. So it all adds up. You came to the cemetery to kill me because I knew that you were alive. Well, your frame up won't stick. All I have to do is take you to the cops. I'll make you tell them what you told me. I'll be dead when we get there. Huh? Do you think I'd tell you all this? I didn't know I was going to die. All right, even then, I'll still be able to prove it. Oh. With your brother. You saw him tonight. He knows you didn't die 10 years ago. His man won't say a word. He's dead. Dead? A heart attack. I should have warned him I was coming. I hadn't spoken to him for 10 years. I didn't know about his heart. You can't, son. You've got to live. You've got to prove to them that I'm not insane, that I know what I'm talking about. I wish I could move. Eleanor. I realized the spot I was in. They had me tabbed as a homicidal maniac. It would look great if they found him in the car. It would sound great if I tried to tell them the truth. So I stopped the car and I dumped him out and hid the body behind some bushes. I kept on driving for 4 days. I hired a room in this house where I'm writing this. So you'll know what happened, May. For a week, I've done nothing but sleep. But last night I was awakened by the sound of footsteps in the room above mine. I recognized them. They were his. Somehow, he's come back again.
Well, Lieutenant, did you read the letter I received from my husband?
Yes, Mrs. Gibbon, and I don't know what to make of it exactly.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, this morning we received word that your husband is dead. He died just as he predicted, in an automobile accident. And as for Franz Kerley, as far as we know, he died 10 years ago. And we can find no evidence that he's alive.
I guess George finally ran out of gas. Because there's nothing wrong with him that couldn't have been cured by doing a valve job on his brain. George was the kind of guy who cut off his nose despite his face. He should have cut off his whole head and had no further trouble. Which brings us to the moral of our story, taken from the Roman philosopher Corpus Delicatescens, who wrote, "The one thing in the world that's easiest to get into and hardest to get out of is not marriage. Mm-mm. It's a grave."
Say, did you ever want to take your thumb and punch in the bottom of a chocolate-covered candy just to see what's inside? Of course you have. Some you like, some you don't. So it's just natural to want to know what's inside. So let me tell you what's inside the Mars Coconut Bar. Smooth, pure, dark chocolate. Delicious dark chocolate spread on thick. And inside of that, the finest Philippine coconut. The very best. And when you bite into that delicious coconut, freshly shredded, juicy, rich, you'll say, now that's coconut the way I like it. Yes, take pure dark chocolate. Take the finest coconut. And take Mars candy-making magic. And that's the Mars Coconut Bar. The candy bar for you to take to really satisfy your deep-down crave for coconut. Now, once again, our host.
Tonight's story was written by Milton Lewis and starred Ralph Bell in the role of George. Peter Capell played Franz. Music was by Lou Wright. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Until You Are Dead by Henry Kane. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown. Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door until next week at this same time, when we'll be back contracting for an eerie earful called The Death Proposal. It's heard about a young wife who wants to age her husband in the woods. Pine woods, that is. This is a tale where feelings run deep. About 6 feet. Oh, you'll be sure to listen in next week when we dig up the plot. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Alan C. Anthony reminding you that it's the Mars Coconut Bar that really answers America's crave for coconut. And that it's the Mars Coconut Bar that brings you Inner Sanctum. And remember to listen tomorrow night over most of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to Can You Top This? Brought to you by Snickers, another fine candy bar by Mars, where they believe that faithful quality makes faithful friends. This program came to you from New York. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You've been listening to the OTR Gold Network. Find more classic radio at otrgold.com.
The makers of Mars Forever Yours Bar and all those other good Mars candy bars invite you through the creaking door for another thrilling Inner Sanctum mystery. Tonight, The Unforgiving Corpse, starring Louis Van Rooten. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come on in. Speaking of baseball, We've a team that you'll really lose your mind over. Our pitcher's a real sweetheart, razor sharp. His best pitch is a ghost ball. Swing at it and it disappears, along with the pitcher. Double-headed. Nobody's better equipped for them than we are. An odd sight, you know, watching 9 ball players with 18 hair. And kill the umpire? In our league, Bud, that's no idle prayer.
Now into the inner sanctum for thrilling mystery. But first, this is Alan Z. Anthony. You know, certain things are very personally yours, things that make you the person you are. Your voice, your features, your manner. Yes, your particular tastes, too. For example, you may be one of those extra special individuals who strongly prefer dark chocolate. And that's why Mars puts their special candy-making magic to work to bring you that delicious Mars Forever Yours candy bar. For you who particularly prefer dark chocolate. Forever Yours makes the most of that dark chocolate by delightful flavor contrast, by wrapping it thick around creamy, whipped, pure vanilla nougat topped with golden caramel. Yes, the not-too-sweet taste of elegant dark chocolate in a refreshing flavor combination with the clean, bright taste of pure vanilla. That's Forever Yours. That's the candy bar particularly for you and made to be forever yours.
And now for tonight's quakes and shudders. Acted out in San Amado, a prairie town somewhere beyond the limits of reason. Hear them? Coyote. It's a lullaby you sleep to in San Amado, if you can sleep. Here's another soothing sound in the night. An express train roaring by. It doesn't stop in San Amado except on signal. Prairie coyotes and screaming train whistles night after night, every night. They can haunt you. That is, if you haunt like old Ben Sears. Sears is station master at the railroad whistle stop, and very morbid about it.
When the man's head is bowed low with grief and guilt, he sometimes sees the devil rise before him. He sees the devil, he gives him a face.
And what face do you give me, Ben says?
Well,
I ask, what face do you give me?
silver white, like the moon sits on your shoulders.
And my eyes?
Eyes cold. The sockets cold like a frost, like the touch of death.
Shall I touch you?
No.
Why so afraid, Ben says?
You and I, you're talking.
You think not? We've things to recall together, Ben says.
What things?
Things like your murder of me. Have you forgotten the old 1155?
No, it's a brand on my memory.
Then say my name.
Kirby Willis, engineer of the train.
The rail was split at Jericho Bend, but you did not signal for me to stop.
No, they found Kirby Willis in the hollow of Jericho Bend with his hand on the throttle.
I died when no man should.
When no man should, Kirby.
I had a girl promised to me.
Your Jenny.
My Jenny. Yes. You cost me more than life, that black night, Ben says.
What payment are you here to take from me?
Live through this week and see, old man. Live through this week and keep your eyes to the ground.
Keep my eyes to the ground.